How we are spoken about this as a technical meeting.
Денежные средства в этом случае делятся поровну.
In this case, the cash prizes I will share the equal.
А кубки и медали будут разыграны по жребию.
And cups and medals.
Hello, my dear audience. Today is the last round of the 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. To be honest, the ninth round will start in 1 minute. My name is Dasha. I'm your commentator for today, and as usual, we will discuss the positions in the board, we will analyze the variations in the openings, middle games and end games, and we will spending time with use, enjoying, and interesting moments. So let's start to do it. Right now, as I said, the last round of the tournament, so the decisive one. Before this round, of course, rank after round 8 is Amin Tabatabai secured the first place for himself. He has 5.5 right now, and the gap between him and the second place is 0.5. So that means that nobody has a chance to take a first place except him. As for the places from 2nd to 7th, these places are sharing between Artemiev Vladislav, Nestorov Arseny, Sathwani Raunak, Malakhov Vladimir, Martirosyan Haik, and Valieja Pons Francisca. So, the coefficients right now show that the second place is taken by Artemiev Vladislav and the third one is taken by Nestorov Arseny. But, as you know, everything can change in the last round. As for the rest of participants, the places from 8th to 10th are sharing between Sugirov Sanan, Vahidov Shamsidin, and Sargsyan Shant. They have 3.5, and places from 2nd to 7th, it's a 4 points. So, if you calculate well, with some luck for today, the last place has a chance to go up to the second one. So it will be very interesting. Today round started earlier. Today everything will be in the morning time. So right now it's 9 a.m. in Moscow time, 11 a.m. in local time in Khanty-Mansiysk. So the main arbiter right now make a speech for the participants. Maybe it's something very important, but we don't know because we haven't a voice from this hall. Or maybe you have a chance to hear something. I'm not sure, but in my headphones it's silent. So that's the reason why I don't know what's happening here. But in any case, every participant shaking hands right now, and they started the game. As for predictions for today, when we went to the round, we had a discussion today, maybe half an hour ago, maybe some earlier. So it was a question, what about predictions for that round? My prediction was every game unfolds longer than 2 hours, because it's the last round. It's a decisive one, and if you make a short draw, you have a chance to go down to the last place with some circumstances. So it's dangerous, really. But Sergei Shipov, who is a Russian commentator in this tournament, he didn't agree with me. He says that his prediction is 2 short draws at least, less than an hour in time, because 11 o'clock, maybe 9 o'clock a.m. for the chess players, it's so hard time to think, so his prediction is at least 2 short draws in the last round. So, today, we will look who is right. Who is right, and for me it's interesting, because I know the scale of this tournament, and I'm pretty sure that today we will see, very intense battles with a lot of sacrifices, attacks like yesterday. Yesterday my prediction was long games and interesting, interesting turning tables in the games. So it was. So yesterday I was right. Maybe today I will write one more time. Maybe no. So it's our different predictions. So right now let's look at the pairs and the first moves. So the first board, you can look. Whew. No, it's not a draw. Just one player stand up very quickly and go away from the board. And I thought maybe draw after first minutes. It will be strange. But no, he just going in the tournament hall. So everything is okay right now, at least after the first 5 minutes. Thank you for that. So as for pairs, I cannot concentrate to the board because one of my eyes looking for the camera from tournament hall, looking. Nobody wants to pick the draw after the first minutes. No, nothing. Everybody is continuing their games. Yep. It's strange, but our discussion was strong. So right now it's a question of. It's an important question, at least for me. So I will concentrate. I'm strong. I should do that. And we will start from the first board. So what's happening here? Vahidov Shamsidin plays white and Sathuani Raunak plays black. So I don't think that this game will finish very quickly because it's really bad choice for Vahidov Shamsidin. Right now he has 3.5 and sharing the places from 8 to 10, but he has a not great coefficient. So if he make a lose, if he make a draw right now, for example, and Shan Sargsyan will win or draw, so he has a chance to have the last place. It's really dangerous for him, so I'm sure that it's more predictable than he will play to the winning. I mean Vahidov Shamsidin in this position. So it will not a short draw. As for the movies is from my previous evening. As for this position, it's moves. A big difference, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. Rui Lopez. So let's open our statistic base, and it helps. So knight f6, Berlin defenses, d3. d3 is one of the most drawish variations. What's the choice? What's happening? Short castling with the idea of d4 potentially is... No, it's an illusion. I remember these variations with d4 and rook e1 potentially, and I remember that it's a drawish things too. But what for is Rui Lopez in this case? If the situation in the tournament that you should win the last game because you haven't other chances, so maybe... I want to joke about King's Gambit, but really there are a lot of more active openings without so big risk. So in any case, Rui Lopez right now, it's a very solid structure. So c3, as you know, is a luft for the bishop, because in Rui Lopez, this light bishop adores to stay on c2. It's a very good place for him right now. Bishop is protecting the central pawn and potentially attacking the h7. So rook e1, knight bd2, and this variation is very drawish. For example, when I opening the statistics of database of players with masters level, so 72% of game finishing with a draw. But how? it was a choice of Shamsidin Wahidov, but his tournament situation suggests that it's not very good to make a draw right now, because his coefficient is not so good, and he will be between 9th and 10th place in this tournament, but a prize fund. So strange decision. As for the second board, Vallejo Pons Francisco plays white, Malachov Vladimir plays black, and right now it's a Scotch game, maybe. No, I'm sure in this statement. So that's the first game in Scotch game in this tournament at all. So Scotch game, as you know, it's a d4, the third move right here. E takes d4, knight takes d4, and queen f6. Queen f6 is a very good idea, but very drawish too, because this first sequence of moves lead us to the equivalent game. So the main idea is, usually the queen f6 using after the bishop c5, bishop e3, and right now queen f6, because the main idea is avoiding all the discovered attacks connected with knight c6, so you going away from this threat, and right now you create a third attack on the d4, and this idea isn't working because of bishop takes e3, so that's the point. But as for queen f6, before bishop c5, computer says that's using, but I'm not the big specialist of this opening. I'm not a big specialist in chess, joking, but of course every participant of this tournament know the variations better than me, because their rating are so high. Every participant in this tournament has a rating more than 2600, so it means a lot. Knight f3 was played right here, so it's a home preparation for the both opponents, if I understand it right, and the game is continuous. I really see this position the first time, so let's figure it out together. As for statistics says that the most popular move for the black right here is a bishop b4 with a check, and after the c3, bishop goes away to the c5. This, how it called? Pendulum. I hope I remember right, but in my mind, pendulum. It's a special thing to the one side and to the other side. So it was a provoking c3 move. C3 move is blocking the knight on b1. So very interesting idea. Why not? The percent of winning by white and by black is equal right now, and it's an interesting fact. Sometimes I just says something like interesting fact. Okay, in any case, maybe this game is a first candidate to the draw result, because the both opponents in the second board has 4 points, so the draw in this game is not so risky for all of them, because they keep their places. But there is a big difference. If no, that's not a big difference. I just checking the coefficients, to be sure that I said you the truth. Malachov Vladimir right now has better coefficient than Francisco Vallejo Pons, but we can compare it. So the place in the middle of the rank, it's okay too, because there is a great prize fund in this tournament. So it's like 1 million of rubles with something. I remember 100% that the first place in this tournament is 2,700,000 rubles. As for the last place has, the 10th 700,000 of rubles. But as for 5th place, I forget. So maybe, in my mind, is something like 1 million of rubles. So bishop b4 check, and right now looks like logical continuation is c3 and bishop c5. And of course that's an equality because it's an opening theory, so nothing unpredictable. Maybe this game is the first candidate for the draw, but I hope that they will decide to fight till the end, because the last round I want to see in action, you know this. As for the third board, Amin Tabatabai plays white, Aik Martirosyan plays black. And that's an interesting fact that for Aik the draw is okay right now because he has a normal coefficient. Right now he takes the 6th place after the 8 rounds, but usually Amin Tabatabai declines all the opportunities of draw. As we know, yesterday was the 8th round, and he had a long game with Nestor Farseni. So firstly it was a equivalent game without something, just equivalent game, pawns in the one flank, 2 rooks and knight in every side. So it looks, what do you do? Why do you not just offer to the draw? But he made a book game and he capitalized. It was 1 millimeter before the victory and great blunder, but his desire to win, I respect it. So right now, as for the position, is a forced variation after Ruy Lopez. As computer says, let's look the moves from the beginning. So e4, e5, bishop b5, short castling. As I said before, it's no more chances. So that will be a wrong statement if I say that this position is more interesting than Ruy Lopez with d3. As you remember, I firstly tried to criticize something right here because Vahidov Shamsidin should play to the win. But honestly, Ruy Lopez did the whole opening, so not so, aggressive. In any case, after the short castling, with the idea of d4, it was rook e1, another option, takes. So pawn is taken back by first sequence of moves, so nothing strange. Knight. I put the 3rd time the wrong button. I hate this thing when you put the wrong button and everything is disappearing. One last attempt. I will do that. So knight d5. It's a 4th sequence of moves. Bishop d6. 100% of players prefer that. Even Magnus Carlsen, who played it a lot of times against Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiana Caruana and Levon Aronian. A lot of top-level grandmasters played it in, previous decade, in 2016, 2014. Interesting fact. But when I opened the base, so it's a lot of top-level grandmasters with rating upper than 2700. So bishop d6, 100% of them plays. Rook returns, knight f5, knight e7, knight takes c8. It's a forced variation, so everybody knows the moves, and b3 right now. And after the b3 move, Aik Martirosyan is thinking for 10 minutes so far, because b3 is something new. d3 was in Grandmasters games, d4 too. As for b3, it's something new. Computer said that you should not react at all and continue your plan with gaining space in the center, with d5, for example, and queen f5. Interesting idea. Activate a queen to protect the knight on the f6 from this capture, because it will be very uncomfortable to ruin our pawn structure near the king, so queen f5 seems logical. For example, bishop d3, knight e4, and what's the idea of this pin? Computer says everything okay for the black, because a free move is impossible because of checkmate in h2. So black lined up their battery, and right now this pawn is hanging. As for this knight in the center, it will be protected by the pawn, so everything is under control. Okay, looks interesting. What do you tell me about the fourth? Queen goes to f3. Stop about switch the board. Let's analyze it one more time. Knight e4 right now. It's okay, but it will be bishop a3. That's the idea. So, queen f3, it's a way to attack f7 pawn, and after the knight e4, natural, logical move in this type of positions, it will be bishop a3. So, black hasn't an opportunity to go in away because of hanging pawn. They should interfere somehow, and bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, and what's next? Maybe bishop d3, just my suggestion. One of the options. One of the options is just another type of position, so everything is working. Nothing special, but looks like it was a home preparation, and right now it's time to think for the black. As for fourth board, Queen's Gambit declined, exchange variation. Oh. So solid scheme. Why White decided to play this variation? I don't understand. Okay, Sargsyan Shant plays white, Nestor Farseni plays black. For Nestor Farseni, the draw is okay, because right now he has a third place in the rank after the 8th round. He has 4 points, and he has, enough good coefficient. So after the draw, he will have the places from 2nd to 5th, so it's totally okay. But as for Shan Sargsyan, why he decided to play this scheme? In case that he right now takes the last place in the tournament. His only chance to do something is victory, so the draw isn't possible for him at all. So why? Why it was c4? And knight c3 and d4 and exchange variation, it's a very solid, reliable structure for the both sides. So really unclear for me the type of choosing. Maybe, of course, maybe I just don't know the most ideas in the variations, and my lack of knowledge, influence on my statements. But really, my chess experience says me that this variations is very drawish one. But right now I have a look to the statistics of the chess base, and do you know what? 40% of games finishing with victory of white, 45% with a draw, and only 15% with victory of black. It means something. So maybe this variation has more chances. To looking for attack or interesting tactical ideas. I don't know, but maybe. And as for the 5th board, so the Russian language commentator was sure that this game is the first candidate to the short draw. Sigurov Sanan plays white, and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. And he says that no, it will be a short draw because, Dasha, morning, everybody, every chess player, wants to sleep because it's so hard to break the schedule of the day. In the last day, everybody is tired. No, it will be a short draw in the 5th board. So we will know that because his prediction was, as I said before, that at least 2 games will finish in the first hour of playing. But my prediction was the opposite, that every game will continue more than 2 hours. Because it's the last round, the decisive one, so maybe they will decide to fighting for money, I don't know. But as for knight h5, right now, I have a strong feeling that he was right, because usually this variation is using for 3 times repetition. So, for example, bishop d2, This knight stays on h5 with a question. So, for example, after knight f6, the most popular move for the white right here is bishop f4, and that's a second time repetition. So one more thing, and the result fixed. So maybe the choice of the opening suggests us that I was wrong, but we don't know. Maybe they decided to play. They will decide to play, because right now every of the it was my imagination from this moment. Right now, this particular position in the game. So it was just my thoughts, but right now, who knows? Sanan Sergirov has 3.5. So it's 0.5 less than the most of participants. If he forces a draw right now, playing white, he losing a chances to go upper than 8th place. So maybe he will decide to play. And as for Vladislav Artemiev, yesterday he won the game. It was a long games, and as Engine says, with big amount of problems, but in any case he won it. So maybe he wants to continue this sequence of victories, and the whole tournament was unlucky for him, but maybe that's time to, you know, break the rules and finish with 2 victories, or just attempt to do it. So, as you know, this game has different chances. Maybe if the round will be in the second part of the day, we will see the more number of, you know, long, complicated games. But right now, firstly, it was the idea that if some participants will share the first place, they will play the Armageddon. You know, Armageddon, it's 2 rapid game, 2 blitz game, and 1 last game when white has more time, but black has a victory in case of draw. So that's a special format. I don't know about the word format. That's a special type of the games when 2 participants are sharing the first place. But right now, in our case, it's not useful, because Amin Tabatabai secured the first place before the last round. So 100% that it will be never Armageddons in this tournament at all. So it happens that there is no sense to playing in the early morning. Yep, because early morning for the chess players and for the commentators, it's a really strange thing, because usually in this time me are sleeping, but right now you should, you know, get up, remember your name and city and type of profession, and you know, wear clothes and go ahead to work. So it was difficult, but as for me, как бы it's a good word, but not in this language. So as for me, it's easier, because even if I make a mistake right now in the stream, you will say, okay, it's morning, mistakes in the morning, you know, predictable things, so Dasha, don't be worried or something like that. But as for participants, their mistakes will be very expensive for them, very expensive. So it's harder so much times to play in this position, in this part of the day. So right now, Sergirov Sanan started to think, and that's, you know, the bad sign, because usually he did it before the draw. Maybe I'm not so right, because there were exceptions, but generally, maybe my prediction will be wrong about the, you know, about the luck of the short draws. 22nd viewers, 27 viewers in the Lichess. It's interesting. Maybe they're from, you know, other time areas, because right now I cannot imagine a person who get up at 8 o'clock a.m., to looking at the boards. But why not chess fans? And the last round, the decisive one, so maybe that was a, decision to look at the board carefully. Okay, what's happening in the first board? So, as I said, Vahidov Shamsidin plays white, Sathwani Raunak plays black, and right now you can look at him. So Raunak Sathwani in the camera from tournament hall right now, he is thinking after the d4 move. So what it was? Our last analysis was after knight d2, c6, and h3, preventing minor pieces on g4 square. Okay, bishop b6, and d4. So, typical opening scheme in Ruy Lopez. As I said million times, this bishop on c2 is a very useful piece, because this bishop isn't a lazy, no, it's an illusion. This bishop is protecting an important central pawn on e3, so that's very useful job for him, and you should know it. So as for the position generally, the position of course is equal. As for plans, generally, the plans are typical. In Ruy Lopez, the main squares for the knight are... You remember that, of course. If you watched not the first stream of this tournament, you remember that in Ruy Lopez, the main places for the knights is f4 for the black knights and f5 for the white knights. So that's the reason why the top engine move for the black right now, it's a knight h5 and knight h4 in the next move, so everything is very predictable. Very predictable. Right now was there were 5 games in high-level players in this position. So knight h5 3 times, queen c7 1 time, and e takes d4 1 time, but I'm not sure about this move. But why not? Why not? Okay, it was an exchange of pawns e5 and c3. From the one in the one hand, so white get rid of their weak pieces on c3. Previously, this piece blocked the knight on b1. In the other hand, this semi-open file for the rook can be useful, attacking this pawn on e4. Why not? And right now, queen h5 with knight h5 with knight f4, the idea keeps in the board. So the evaluation is the same, plus 0.2, so nothing special. In any case, right now it's time to make a choice, but every next continuation is okay for black. Even bishop c7, as computer recommends. So the idea is like this bishop, protecting the central squares, and of course helps the knight. White has an opportunity to play here, so that's the reason why this knight keeps on g6. Knight f4 is not so interesting, because right now firstly this pawn is hanging, secondly this knight has a chance to go to the f5. So this knight stands here protecting everything, every square, every pawn, but this knight has a great option. But it was e takes d4 in the game. Yep, finally Raunak Sathwani decided to play e takes d4 here. Okay. As for the second board, Vallejo Pons Francisco plays with Malachov Vladimir. So the last move was a4. I want to remind you that it was a Scotch game in this particular board, so our last analysis was here. And I explain to you this pendulum with bishop b4 and bishop c5, because the main idea is a provocation of c3 pawn. Pawn here is blocking the knight, so it's not very comfortable for the white. But they have now another chance, so they should play c3 and bishop c5. That idea was in the game, and the next move was bishop e2, preparing for the short castling, of course. Knight e7, short castling, and a4. a4 is a part of the trap, but I'm not sure. From the first sight, the idea of a4 is b4, bishop b6, and a5. And this bishop on b6 gets trapped. But from the other side, of course, this queen creates a pin. So after the b4, every minor pieces has a chance to take on b4. But I have more, calculations here. So maybe after bishop b4, there is an opportunity to play e5 with interfere the queen, and after that the bishop is hanging. For example, after the short castling, it will be b4 with an extra piece of white, because after knight b4, we have an option to play bishop g5. Sorry, everything is easier that I calculate first time. So just bishop g5, force the queen goes away from the diagonal, and after that the piece is hanging. So yep, all the variations are easier in this position. But as for h6, as computer says, preventing bishop g5 in this variation, that's okay for the black totally, and let's check it. Before, for example, bishop takes b4 and e5. I want to interfere everything, but the idea isn't working, 0%. Knight takes e5, and this capture is prohibited because of the discovered attack. After knight f3 with a check, and queen takes a1 in the end of the variation. So nothing is working, except of the case with short castling right now. And maybe, I don't know, bishop e6. So, of course, there are a lot of ways to go away from that idea. Exclude a6 with a luft for the bishop, bishop b6 in advance. It looks strange for me, because right now this bishop hasn't places to escape in some cases. But, nobody has a chance to attack him. After the b4, it will be knight b4 in this, or no. No, knight b4 is prohibited, be careful. Right now the option with bishop g5 is possible. So no bishop b6, not at all. No, bishop b6 is okay. After the b4, just make a luft. Plus a5, a5, a6, something of these options. But your bishop wants to be protected. So, okay, a6, a4 right now, it's a type of the trap, but it's not the really trap, because it's very easy to save the bishop from the pawns in the queen side. As for the third board, Tabatabai plays white, Aik Martirosyan plays black, and it's an endgame with different colors of the bishops. My first sight is, of course, a draw, because the pawn structure is almost symmetrical, except of these doubled pawns. The color of bishop suggests us that's nothing special. But I remember yesterday game of Tabatabai, when he capitalized, that's a small advantage to the result. It was a draw finally, but this game was for the textbook, model game of playing with either line of opponent. So I haven't a right to make a predictions in this game, because it's really dangerous. Maybe he decide to play against these doubled pawns. Really, the position is risk-free for the black, especially after the trade-off on e1 and bishop d2. So black has an extra pawn, but they has a double pawns. No, nobody has a chances to play to the draw, so maybe my prediction was wrong, and this game is quite similar to the draw. Because right now g3 moves helps us to understand that white decided to sacrifice the pawn to have more, in another case, in opposite, to have more drawish position. So g3 is a very clear move in this case. Takes, bishop d2, rook e7, rook b8, I don't know, c4, a lot of trade-offs. But about trade-offs, it's a potential either Lani, because after this capture there is no piece to protect it. So black should stay in the place. For example, bishop b4, rook d7. Rook c5, takes, and bishop here, preparing the rook d8. So it looks like a draw. You know, I have a strong feeling that the Russian commentator was right his first time. 2 short draws in the time before the first hour of playing, in the third board, and in the fifth one. So, of course, right now Sinan Sugirov is thinking after that idea with 3 times repetition. But who knows? His situation in the rating list give us the doubts of this result right now. If Sugirov Sinan had a 0.5 more, it would not be a question. Because draw is okay, especially in the morning, especially with a strong opponent, especially in a risk-free game, so everything is good. But he has 3.5, and the most of participants right now, the 6 of them, has 4 points. So what was the response? Tell me, please. Oh, no, it was here. The fourth board, it's a game between Shan Sargsyan who plays white, and Nesra Farseni, who plays black. And my last question was about the choice of the opening, because it seems like a drawish thing, and exchange variation in Queen's Gambit declined, but the statistics of database said the opposite thing, that right now the 40% of games finishing with victory of white. So who knows? c6, knight f3, short castling, bishop start his route to g6, because this diagonal is the only one that's interesting for the both sides. So bishop b3, queen b3, queen b6, queen c2, takes here. Interesting things. What for was this pendulum with the provocation of queen b6? It's a strange, but human playing this type of the opening 2 times. So right now it was 2 games in this particular position, and the next move was g6 right now. Interesting thing. So maybe the queen stays on b6 better for the white. Why? For what? For what purpose? Tell me, please. Explain me how it works. So queen goes to b3, provoking queen b6, and after that queen decides to return on c2. Maybe this queen is more useful staying on d8 with all this idea with Lasker's. Maybe the point is the Lasker's idea, for example. I'm not sure at all, but I want to check with you. For example, if you want to play queen c2 in this particular position, it will be bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and h6. No, that's not what I wanted to say. h6 right here, bishop h4, and knight e4. No, it's a blunder. I don't know why. Usually this idea with protecting the knight in the center is working, but not in this case after the knight e5. Forget. This attempt of understand something was interesting, but wrong. So. In any case, this potential discovered attack may help black in some variations, maybe not with knight e4, but the idea of queen b3 and queen c2 after that is, avoiding these ideas from this diagonal. But right here, because right here bishop is protected by the knight. So bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and king h1. That's the point why this doubled pawns is not so bad, because right now this G semi-open file is better for the white, using it in the king side attack, because doubled pawn is not a weakness at all, it's just a type of the pawn structure in some positions. Is a weakness, of course, because opponent has a chance to attack a doubled pawn and exploit it somehow. In the most of positions, the doubled pawn is a natural thing, not something good, not something bad, just feature. As for this particular case, in my mind, this doubled pawns is a positive thing for the white, because they have a g file for the rook and it's very comfortable. Of course it will be g6. Of course this pawn chain will interfere with all files and diagonals, but white has an options with sacrifices here, with potential breakthrough, with going ahead, so who knows. Maybe it makes the game more interesting because there is a potential attacking target, G file for the rook. And I want to see something like that. Shan Sargsyan, he has a last place after the 8th round. So his only chance to looking for something, to looking for an attack, tactics, sacrifice. So maybe that's the first step of the interesting game. Yep. Sanan Sugirov is thinking in this moment, so he's continue, choosing between 3 times repetition, maybe something else. Bishop d2 is a... So, 59% of top-level masters prefers the bishop d2 right now. Bishop e5 is the second move of popularity. Bishop g5 is possible, but there is a great percent of winning by black right here, so it's not my recommendation. Okay, right now after the king h1, king h1. What do you want to listen? So my pronouns is severe Russian accent. I'm from Siberia, Siberian area is severe in these questions, so bears, all this stuff. So rook g1 is the next move to create an attacking opportunities. Of course, the evaluation right now is close to the 0. something, 0.4, honestly speaking. So, for example, g6, rook g1, and I don't know, rook d8, for example. f4, computer says right now it's a great chance to go ahead and doing something. So rook d8 is a blunder. Interesting. So right now it's a chance to looking something intense with sacrifices, with attackings. I want to find it in our round, in the last round. As for Scotch game in the second board, so after the bishop e2, it was knight g e7, and after a4, black responds a6, with a small luft for this bishop, avoiding all these ideas with traps of the bishop. No, a6 is a good luft to going away in some kinds of problems, so the problem is solved by the black, so good option. A risk-free situation, very calm, solid and reliable. Okay, got it. As for the game between Amin Tabatabai and Aik Martirosyan, g3 was a checking of the decision of this bishop, so maybe this idea was not so good, and bishop d6 is easier. By the way, the evaluation of computer is plus 0.4. in white's favor, so maybe that's not so drawish as I thought from my first sight, because I remember the yesterday game. You know, Amin Tabatabai has a strong character, and he's trying to win every game that he play, and his favorite type of positions, it's a calm, reliable pawn structures, risk-free situations from the first side. But his opponent usually has some small weakness. Yesterday it was isolated pawn on the d file. Today maybe it's doubled pawns on the f file. They're standing, and after some movements, it may be a problem for the black. I don't know. We will see. To be honest, draw is okay for Tabatabai because he secured the first place, as I said a lot of times. But you know, there is a rating, there is a reputation. So if you win everyone with a great gap from the second place, in the next tournaments it will be easy to play because your opponents will scare of you, and it helps a lot. So when I was a child, my trainer always told me that, Dasha, if you has this option, you should win the tournaments like 9 points of 9. Draw in the last round, Dasha. Win. Spend more time and more energy, but win, and it will be useful for your chess reputation, so playing in the next tournaments will be easier, because the opponents will be scared of your great results, so do it if you have a chance. And really, I haven't short draws in my chess experience, because it was against of our rules. So maybe Tabatabai had the same ideas in chess process. So after the queen d6, it was king f1, just improving a piece in the end game. Rook e6 is an interesting idea because it's attempt to undouble the pawns after the trade-off. So rook e3, for example, rook a8, bishop f5 computer recommends. You know, this idea is not so useful for the black, because after the taking by the f pawn, this f file will be semi-opened, and it's interesting for the rook potentially. Of course, it's a weakness. It's not a weakness because it's a dark square and this bishop is ready to protect everything and king is protecting. But who knows what will be in future, because generally speaking about pawn structures in this position, the white's pawn structure is better than black's. So today I don't want to stick to the schedule of the pairs, and I do it randomly. It's interesting for me, so sorry, but it's not like the first place, the second place. It's just, I want to touch here and look at that. Why not? My stream, my rules. Of course, maybe later I will be more, how it called, when you do everything like you should to do. But right now it's not my top. I'm a rival. I'm not sure that this is the word, but who cares? In the first board, Vahidov Shamseddin tries to win the game against Raunak Sadhwani, who is a rating leader of the tournament. So we discussed Roy Lopez before, and I told you that f4 for black knights, f5 for white knights. But something interesting was happened. After the exchange on the d4 square, it was d5. Computer hates the move d5. Humanly, it's explainable, because everyone wants to have more space in the center, so d5 is a blocking of pawn and create maybe some new squares for the minor pieces. But generally, this pawn on e5 is very powerful, because right now knight should go away in the edge of the board, and right now without e5 pawn this square is not so good. So the top engine move right now, it's a knight b3, and if your opponent will try to use this square for the knight, so it's time to create a counter threats. Bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, bishop d2. The only move for the knight is returning, and a4. You know, space in the center helps you to play flank attacks. So right now it's possible to play a, g4, h4, potentially g4, all this stuff and all this stuff. So everything in the flanks. And the main question is c5 move. So c5 move is prohibited because right now there are enough attacks to this place. So that means that black hasn't a chance to break, to pawn break in the center. So they haven't enough space, they have more bishops in the closed position, they have a problem, so who knows. After the knight b3, the evaluation is, by the way, plus 0.7. So right now it's the biggest evaluation in the tournament. So Vahidov Shamsidin is looking for the chances to find something, because his situation in the tournament after the 8 rounds force him to do that. So as my trainer says, usually the results are unpredictable in the first round and in the last round. Why? The answer is easy. In the first round, nobody is afraid, you know, of opponents. So everybody is ready to fighting, and sorry, they sitting in the board with desire to win. So they believe in themselves, and the game is interesting. As for the last round, you know, it's a last chance, last attempt. It's a last way to, you know, close the door after you and show everybody that you cost something. And yep, sometimes it helps when, for example, you should make a choice between calm and reliable variation and aggressive one. Most of participants in hard tournament situation prefers the aggressive variation. So that's the reason why the last round is so interesting to looking at. So that's our activity right now. After the knight b3, it was knight h goes to f4, and computer shows it's a comfortable time to take this by the bishop and play queen d2. After that, you know, kick this knight out from the f4, and after that starting the flanks attacks with a4, a5, or even potentially h4. Right now h4 it will be in this situation. Okay, so takes, queen d2, knight g6. Right now h4 is prohibited because the pawn is hanging after 2 attacks, but potentially everything is possible. It sounds like a motto of, I don't know, sportwear, but as for me sounds good. In this game, Sugirov Sanan decided to play bishop e5. He is going away from 3 times repetition. He decided to play for a victory. So maybe right now my prediction will be right, because after the 58 minutes of playing, no one decided to make a short draw. It makes me happy, because I likes to winning the discussions. That's significant part of my character. Yep, that's my style. Why not? But I hope that every game will unfold for at least 2 hours, because in that case I will be right. So the purpose of bishop e5 was a provocation, because after f6 the bishop returns to the g3, but that's the difference between, you know, this pawn structure and this pawn structure. f6 is a problem for the black potentially, because this pawn should stay on f7, protecting the knight interfere in this diagonal from the checks and some variations with sacrifice. And pawn on f6 is blocking the square for the knight. If the knight wants to return on the f6, so it will be a problem. e5, it's a game theory. Yep, a lot of participants who played white right here prefers e3. The game statistics is not so good, so 40% of games were finishing with victory of black. That's strange, because usually we see the opposite situation in the openings, but who cares? The evaluation of computer right here is plus 0.3, so nothing dangerous for the white, and the game is continuing right here. As for this situation, attacking chances. The fourth board, as I said king h1 potentially may help white to looking for the attacking opportunities. So rook stays on the semi-open file. h4, more pieces to the help f4. The evaluation is equal, but it's interesting to look at the game. And it will be our first activity after the short break, because in the end of every hour we're making a break, so it's our tradition. Let's stick to the plan. So we will continue in 10 minutes. let's continue our stream because something interesting here. So my promise from the first time was firstly looking at the first board, of course. It's a game between Shan Sargsyan and Arsenij Nesterov. And there is something interesting here, because the G file is semi-opened, and this rook stays on the G1, and rook is she. She is trying to do something in the G file. So right now, the last move of black was King H8, and computer likes it. So that's a clearance of square for the rook. Let's check the variation with pawn break right now f5. So why not? This bishop is protected by the rook, by the pawn. So that's the reason why this move seems interesting, at least for me. So, black has only one continuation, who keeps the equality, and it's rook g8. Predictable, because somebody should protect the g6 square from all these batteries ideas. You know how it works. So, rook g2, I want to double it. Knight df6. For example, one more defender closer to the place of fighting. Rook a g1, queen d7, with potential idea going here. Knight e2, computer recommends to reroute the new piece in attack. So rook a e8 and knight f4. The evaluation is close to 0.0, you know, 0.0, 0.2, something like that. But the style of game, the character of game is interesting as for me. So knight f4 takes, and bishop d6. The only move for black is exchange of bishops, because you know, when you defense, your first purpose is trading offs, because the less pieces of opponents, the easier to control every of them. So, king stays on h8 in any case. There is a situation in the game, so we will look at this particular case, because it's a really rare situation when one of sides looking for attacking chances from, you know, 16th move. Of course, there is nothing special, but I want to see an attack and a counter-attack. My heart desires something brilliant for today. Okay, and right now, let's continue in the straight. So, the fifth board, Sergei Arsanan plays white and Artemiev Vladislav plays black. Our last analysis was about bishop e5, f6 and bishop g3. So, e5, e3, e4. Black is gaining space, but right now this knight on h5 is hanging, so that's a comfortable time to exchange it, because if no, so what else? Bishop e6 to have a chance, interfering from the checks from the diagonal, so typical thing. But right now, knight goes to e4. It's a sacrifice, but it's not a sacrifice because white has a chance to take the piece back in the next move. So d5 with a fork, and the number of pieces becomes equal. Right now the evaluation is plus 0. Something small, 0.2, 0.3. So, oh, interesting fact. This position was in the game of Firstly, I wanted to say that it was a game of Amin Tabatabai. But the player of black in this position is Tabatabai, but not... Mohammed Amin, yep. His first name is Mohammed, his second name is Amin, so yep. he is. So the tournament leader played this position in 2018, and right now that's the next, experience in this case. In the place of Aminta Batabai was a draw right here. I have a chance to show you this game. So it was a trade-off here, and game with different color bishops, and that's all. But as for this position, so maybe that's the point. This position with four sequence of moves, lead to the draw. After the knight before, if I am right. No, it's not necessarily. After knight before, there are a lot of opportunities. Bishop c4, knight c3, knight f4. So after knight c3, this pawn is hanging, and knight c2 is not so scared after the king e4, e2. So. Maybe this game will be interesting too, because every side has a chance to do something, but I would play in white side, because white has more active knight, black has a hanging pawn in the center, this semi-open file for the rook potentially, so a lot of small pluses. Of course, black has pluses too. The bishop is good, bishop is going to stay on before with a Pinot check. What else? More space in the center technically. This pawn on e4, not only weakness, but a good pawn structure too. So after the rook d1, everything is continuing, and this end game may be interesting for us. We will return later. Let's check the first board. Wahidov Shamsidin plays white, Raunak Sathwani plays black. So the last move of white was knight g5. So this is an attempt to take this bishop on e6, and that's a good attempt, because after the trade-off this knight will hanging, and this pawn structure is awful, and you know that. So computer recommends to black, playing bishop c8, and that's an interesting situation, because the evaluation after the bishop c8 is plus 0.4. But as for the rest of options for this position, for example, queen e7, right now the evaluation, go into the sky, more than the whole pawn in white's favor after the idea with f4 and f5. So knight g5 is not only the threat on e6, it's the clearance of way for the f-pawn, going ahead, creating some forks from f5, so it's interesting. As for the ways for defense, of course, some ideas with h6 is prohibited, because this pawn is overloaded, and after the trade-off, this knight will be hanging, so that's not an option. And right now everything look like the whole position of white is better, because they have more space in the center. c5 idea is prohibited because 2 attacks on this square, and right now white has a great idea connected with f4 and f5 in the king side. So black should be careful in this situation. This game will be interesting. As for the second one, Vallejo Pons Francisco plays white, and Malachov Vladimir plays black, and it's really this position does not similar to the draw. Yeah, I just made a great pause, to analyze the rules of English grammar and thought about is not, does not, do not, a lot of modal verbs and rules, so it's hard to use when native language user. So in any case, right now everything is strange. After the a6, with a loop to the bishop, as you remember, the next move of white was b4. So pawn offensive, why not? Bishop a7, bishop g5, queen g6. This pawn is hanging, but right now white responds with bishop h4. And of course, you know my first question. For what purpose? It was our pawn. And we sacrificed it for what purpose? Computer, by the way, says that right now that the top engine move for the black is capturing this pawn in the center, because central pawns, as you know, are the most important pawns in our life, I wanted to say, but at least in our chess games. So the continuation will be, to be honest, I expected something with bishop d3 and rook e1. Computer doesn't like it. Bishop d3, for example, queen d5 with a pin here, rook e1, and bishop f5. He just preparing the exchanges. Intermezzo, of course. I just look at the board like, what's happening? Why after the bishop f5? Nobody afraid of nothing. What will be after b5 and all this stuff? That's a pin, that's a second pin. Why nothing? Firstly, it's nothing, because white hasn't enough resources in attack, so their knight stays on b1, their queen hasn't a chance to help his army somehow. As for intermezzo, after the bishop f5, it's so easier to take here firstly, and after the rook takes d1, take here. So right now black has an extra piece, so that's all. You know, just not extra piece, extra pawn. Yep, I just counted the pieces like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and I thought, what, how, why the imbalanced position? Right now the number of pieces is equal. Dasha, what's happening? So yep, it's morning. I 100% understand every suffering participant who right now is thinking, for what? Why the last round was not in 3 p.m. like other rounds? Because the fun fact, I know that you like fun facts, I was in the technical meeting. Technical meeting is a meeting of arbiters and representatives of every team, if it's team tournament, or just every player if it's a strong tournament with small amount of players. So you know, technical meeting, it's exists for the question connected with the schedule of the tournament, with logistics, you know, with pairs for the next round, so all this stuff. And I was in the technical meeting before the official opening ceremony in the, what date it was? 15th of July. So it was really good decision that in technical meeting arbiter said that we will have the rounds in the same time in the 3 p.m. every day, so without something, you know, unpredictable, 3 p.m. every day, so be ready for that. I said yes. No, I didn't say something because it's a technical meeting, and generally I have no right to take part in this technical meeting, but I, you know, sat in the corner and pretending do not exist, because I'm a chess commentator, I'm not an arbiter, I'm not a participant. So it just was important for me, so I tried to hear the news. So, in the regulation, the first round should started in the 1 p.m., but it started in 3 p.m., the first round, you know, in the beginning of the tournament, and I decided everything is right, because in the technical meeting, all team decided to start every round in 3 p.m. But yesterday, when we went in the hotel back, you know, after the round, our friend asked us, like, tomorrow everything right in 10 in 10:20 a.m. I mean 10:20 because local time +2 in Moscow time. So I asked, what? I remember the technical meeting. Every round should start at 3 p.m., 10:20, why 10 a.m.? What's happening? And they answered me that in the second round of the tournament, it was another decision that if there is an Armageddon style in this tournament, the last round should start earlier, to have enough time in the end of the game. If somebody will share the first place, the arbiters and participants should have enough time to make an Armageddon process, because it's too rapid game, too blitz game, and one the shortest game of Armageddon. So it was logical in the second round when it was announced for every participant and social media. But right now it's unlogical in 100%, because there is no chance that some participants will share the first place, because after 8th round, Amin Tabatabai has a gap between him and the second place in 1.5, so that's impossible to share the first place. So right now, today, everybody suffers for nothing. So it's a joke, of course, but not, maybe not. I don't know. That's a question. So in any case, right now, Black decided to make the short castling, avoiding all the problems with e-file after the queen e4. Maybe that's a good decision for the last round, because as for Vladimir Malakhov, who plays black, the draw is okay for him because he has a normal coefficient. Right now he takes the 5th place in this tournament, so he is in the middle of the 4 points participants. And draw is okay for him totally, so that's not, thing to risk. It's so better to play risk-free, especially in the last round of the tournament with a great prize fund. Of course, I think only about money. It's just my subjective opinion, so maybe there are other important details for the participants. So don't forget that everything that I say in the stream, it's only my opinion, only my, so yep, you understand what the human am I. Knight bd2 was in the game, so right now pawn in the center is protected by the knight, and the idea of sacrifice is disappearing. So nobody sacrificed nothing right now. It's a solid, reliable pawn structure in the center, so this pawn chain is solid. What else? Computer recommends to play f6 to interfere this diagonal and be more solid. So the next move is knight e5, closer to the center, king h8, going away from the open diagonal. What else? Bishop d7, because you should develop all your minor pieces. So the continuations is predictable for everyone right here, and the evaluation is plus 0.2. As for the third game, interesting. With the last move, it seems like black is looking chances for the winning. Okay. I want to remind you that Amin Tabatabai plays white and Aik Martirosyan plays black, and that's an end game. That's a typical end game for Amin Tabatabai, who is trying to win every game. So yesterday I told it a million times, so it may be strange to repeat and repeat and repeat, but it's, style of teacher. If you are working like a teacher for some month of your life, you will see it. So you just repeat one things for 3 times, for 4 times, because it's really hard to stop yourself, because your, tongue wants to repeat it, please, repeat it. In any case, repeat, repeat, repeat. So right now it's something strange. But yep, this type of work influence on me very hard. So even in my, usual life with relatives and somebody else, I like to repeat one thing for a lot of times and say to me, Dasha, I'm not stupid. I remember everything from the first time. And I answered him like, guys, I'm not, I do not think that you're stupid. It's just a habit, so sorry, but I cannot doing something with that. If you have relatives who working like a teacher, it's a common problem, so yep. As for the situation, right now, of course, it's hard to ignore everything, because the rook is improving, maybe potentially this pawn on the king side will improving, going ahead, and the d4 that black done in this position is a top engine move for the black, trying to open this d file for the rook and creating some problems. Right now the situation, Aminta Potabai responds c4, and I think everything goes for the draw right after the c4 move, because in the end games with different color bishops, typical idea for winning is move your pieces in the opponent's bishop squares. So for example, if white wants to do something, they should control this square by the pawn. For example, bishop c4, I don't know what, staying here, preparing b6, maybe a5, creating a weakness on b7. That's the style of playing when you want to win in this type of position. So you should hitting the squares, then opponent's king, then opponent's bishop controlled. But right now c4, it's like a sign of the draw, because b4 pawn is this square belongs to the dark bishop, and right now there is so small chances to looking for something, so there is no chances in my mind. Of course, in the reality it can be different, but in my mind there is a moment to fix the draw. But I don't want it, because I told you about my discussion. So right now my purpose is 5 games from 5 games until 2 hours of playing at least, because my prediction was that there is no short draw until the first 4 hours, not 4, 2 hours, 4, 2. Dasha, remember that, please. It's a very important knowledge about world. So in any case, right now it's hour and a half, so I'm close to winning this discussion. Please continue a game, maybe with something interesting. But it's so hard to find something interesting in this situation. I really cannot imagine what it can be. But potentially they are grandmasters. Maybe they will find something. Usually my dreams come true, so it was dangerous to have a discussion with me. Oh, as for the fourth board, let's look at that. Shan Sargsyan plays white and Arsenij Nesterov plays black. And we have seen this position in previous time after the f4 king h8, and I told you that the idea of king h8 is clear the square for the rook on g8. So rook g2, rook g8, rook a g1, doubling attack. And right now it was important for black to find the right move. So Arsenij have done something wrong, as computer says. The only move with the evaluation 0.2 is knight d f6 for some reason. Maybe the idea is interfere in this exchange, because I don't know, with this bishop g5 this rook stopped by the bishop. In any case, the idea with queen f8 was worse because of f5, and right now the evaluation is more than a half a pawn in white's favor. So of course it means nothing right now, because we've seen a lot of times how Arsenij goes away from the hard situation, so it's not a this game is continuing and everything is interesting, but it's the first step to, you know, how it's called, make it more explosive. No, that's not word. I want to check this word in English because I think it's very important to describe it correctly. So the game was more saturated. Saturated. Maybe I heard about this word previously. Saturated. I understand. When you edit your movies in the movies editor, you have this thing when you make your picture brightly, saturance, yep. And I lot of times make it bigger, higher, you know, to fix my problems with the picture after the video making. So saturance and make the position more saturated. So perfect association with a new English word. I remember that. So you know, that's the type, that's the style how I learned English, you know, in the same time with the chess streaming. So why not? Multitasking it's a most important word of the 21st century, so I'm trying. In any case, after the f5, there are opportunities with some sacrifices on g6. That's a pressure on the king side. Maybe it will be knight e2 potentially. Next piece will go closer to the king. So I want to remind you one more time, there is no dangerous for this moment. There is no something. So right now the attack gives white the small advantage, but not the really winning advantage. It's just part of the game. But it's interesting to look at that, because white is trying to do something, black is trying to protect something. Right now Arseniy Nesterov has 35 minutes in the clock, so it is dangerous, especially after the first 19 moves, because there are 20 moves before the next control. So usually it's not a good sign in defense. As you know, defense is psychologically harder than attack, because in defense you should be very careful. Every move should be calculated for the 100%, because one small mistake and it's collapse. Everything is ruined. But when you're an attacker, it's psychologically easier, because even if you make a mistake, okay, it will be equal position. So. Right now, after the f5, f6 is a second blunder, as computer says. Computer was sure that right now knight d f6, it's better, you know, control the square by the minor piece. As for f6, let's investigate. But right now the evaluation is going to the sky. So bishop f4 is the only move. Knight f4 seems logical. This idea is hard, so g5. What else? Queen e2. Oh, maybe not so dangerous. Computer changed his mind. Right now he's saying, half of a pawn in white's favor. Nothing more, nothing less. Half a pawn after the sacrifice of g4. And right now that's a, you know, rare case. Then white has 3 pawns in the c file in the same moment and without exchanges. So yep, even after rook g4 with having an extra pawn, this pawn structure on their file is so strange, so I'm not sure it's an advantage at all. This pawn is blocking the bishop. So. And right now bishop f4 is the only move. After the g5, for example, I want to take it. So nothing, because right now the doubled pawns in the semi-open file. Decline it idea. And queen e2. So that's a pin. And potentially queen h5 is a dangerous. So g4 with exchanges here. So. Everything is lead to the draw. I was not right when I told you about the ideas connected with attack. After the f6, all attack finished. Upset, but it's our life, our life. As for the game between Sugirov Sanan and Vladislav Artemiev, this game was the first candidate to the short draw, but as you can see, the game is continuing. Yep, I'm happy about this fact. So, you know, small happiness moment in our lives is important. So, yep. After the long castling, avoiding the double attack from c7, it was rook d1 in the game and knight e5 going to the d3. Maybe. After the knight e5, the evaluation is plus 0.5 in white's favor. After the bishop e2, so maybe this check is a blunder, am I right? Check takes, this pawn is hanging, yep, it was a bug in my mind. Forgive. Check is the second bug, so a lot of bugs in the even surface. Things happens, it's chess, it's morning, so everything is predictable. Maybe we should do a disclaimer in the first seconds of the stream, like, today is a morning, so be, you know, tolerant to the other's mistake. Because, yep, in my mind, in player's head, in player's board, so that's the reason why usually the last round is one of the interesting rounds. So, knight e5, bishop e2 is a get good a way to prepare short castling after the bishop e2. So, Dasha, wake up. You know, it's like, Neo, wake up, go away from the matrix. Start to think, please. And right now it's my situation because my brain like, chess, interesting. But it's not the situation of commentator. I should say something clever and interesting and not, bishop e2, preparing short castling. Perfect. I feel strange of that, but you know, human beings have a bugs sometimes. So, but it sounds strange because usually everyone thinks that's the opposite. But no, bugs in humans' head are so more often than bugs in the computer system. Yep. In any case, after the bishop e5, for example f5 with a pawn chain in the center, no, short castling is not so interesting when you can play f4, attacking and trying to undouble the pawns, because this pawn structure has a great square for the king on f2. King from f2 protects all the pieces here, and h file is good, so the evaluation is plus 0.5. Yep. What about short castling? Just asking. Is it possible? It is possible, but without purpose, because rook on h1 is a good part of the society, and rook on f1 just staying and looking at, for what, guys? I want to stay on h1 because that's a job here on the h file, and f1 is so without purpose, for nothing, just doing something. So I hope these bugs only in my mind, and everybody else knows that that was a good, that was a bad idea, you know, to going away from the semi-open file, especially when this file is interesting for the rook. As for the first board, Vahidov Shamsidin plays white, Raunak Sathwani plays black. We discussed this position. I told you that the top engine move right here for the black is bishop c8, and it really was in the game. Right now Raunak Sathwani spent 10 minutes from the clock from what? From the clock. And right now the evaluation is 0.5 because of the whole advantage of the pawn structure in the center, because this pawn chain is very hard. And I want to ask one more time, what about f4 if I want to go ahead? f6. So f6 is an only move for the black that helped him avoid the f5 and f6, right? So f6, you should go away because what's else? This exchange better for the black. Takes, 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 takes. Why this position is equal? Who told me that this position is equal? I don't believe him at all. Because right now white has a best knight in the center. It's a perfect outpost for the minor piece. Do you look this pawn structure in the king side? This doubled pawn on the g file? So I think that somebody is a liar sometimes. And right now the evaluation is not minus 0.1, not at all. I think that's more, but in the other case, in the other hand, these ideas with queen f6 and bishop f5 potentially, and all these sacrifices here, really, I don't know what to believe. This is a crisis of belief in my life. So, computer says that this variation leads us to the first position that looks like a failure, but it's okay in reality. Maybe we'll see it in the game, so maybe it will be right now. So the main purpose of Shamsuddin Wahidov in this game is victory, because right now he should looking for chances to victory because of his tournament situation. So he will do it. The top engine move, if we believe computer right now, the top engine move is rook c1. You know, using the semi-opened file and preventing the idea with c5. Because pawn break in the center is very dangerous for white, their main idea is king side offensive. Maybe majority offensive if we count the e5 pawn. During my flame speech, white plays h4. h4 is interesting, especially after something with f6, for example. Takes with a sacrifice and h5. That was the idea, exploiting the potential pin. But the problem is black has other version to continue the game. It's h6, and h6 gives 0.0 as computer says. Because, so let's investigate here, because it looks like a tactical shot on f7. Knight takes f7. This knight is hanging, so king takes e7 is the only move. e6, trying to deflect these pieces from the protection. Bishop e6 is the only move. So, check, takes here, going away, and right now this position has the evaluation is 0.0. Can you believe that? No, about this position I believe, because at least it's equal number of pawns, the similar pawn structures of the side, so maybe it's possible to believe right here, but the whole fourth sequence of moves, it's interesting. What about other opportunities? For example, knight f3 is prohibited because of hanging pawn on h4. So after the h6, white has to sacrifice the knight on f7 and continue all this variation, because it's an only move for white and for black, for everyone. And this position, it's a forced sequences after the h4. And that's an equal. Yep. Plus 0.1, but it means nothing, you know, 0.0, 0.1, that's the similar meanings. So potentially it will be a draw. Okay, right now after the h4, it's time to think for rook at 20, but I should tell you that as for the rest of opportunities, except of h6, the rest of opportunities includes like queen e7 or something else, it gives quite a great advantage after the h5. Because there is no good places for the knight to escape from attack, so h7 pawn is hanging, for example. It will be a checkmate in one. So interesting, you know, taking on h7 with the bishop and the checkmate. So aesthetic idea, of course. Opponent has to creating a counter threat. Knight f6. The idea is keeping the board. So knight h8 or what? White is lining up a battery on the h7, and the number of problems of black is getting bigger with every move. So right now that's the only continuation in the game is h6. All the sacrifices with the king, of course, is 6 takes, going away, and equality in the end. Right now, Lichess shows me that there are 39% of viewers in the broadcast in the Lichess platform. So interesting. I thought that it was a morning, so nobody will get up in this early time, but we have a different opinions that well, it was my mistake, because yeah, we have a different time areas in the world because it's an international tournament, so people from all the world are looking at the results and in the games, so a lot of countries. I like it like 40 viewers in the broadcast on Lichess right now, but to be honest, it's 1 p.m. in local time and 11 a.m. in Moscow time, so that's not the morning. Maybe that's morning only in my head, but for the most of healthy people, you know, it's just afternoon, not a morning, comfortable time to looking at the chess boards in the most strongest tournament in Russia in 2025, because the average rating of the opponents is 2648. Maybe you learn by heart these numbers. I repeat it in every stream, so why not? As for the second board, it's a game with the biggest advantage of white. So right now computer says that the evaluation is plus 0.7. Can you imagine that? Let's return to our previous analysis. So this was a sacrifice, but black decides not to take on e4, and Malakov Vladimir played short castling. And I said that it may be a good decision, because after short castling in a totally risk-free position, but I'm not sure right now, because after knight bd2 and f6, interfering in the diagonals, it was b5, and the only move for the black. It was very important situation that black should respond knight e5. Why? Knight blocking everything here. Knight is ready to do something next, and after the knight takes e5, it's a great possibility to take by the d pawn. Of course, d itself, this f pawn is pinned. In any case, right now this pawn structure is enough, you know, to control the center. Even after queen b3, the diagonal belongs to white, but potentially everyone will solve this problem. Maybe with queen f7, potentially bishop e6, so everything is right. But after the knight d8, knight d4, computer says, by the way, that bishop g3 is a top engine move right here. I don't know for what purpose. Maybe we will find it together. Knight c4, potentially b6. Oh, ruining all the pawn chain in this situation. It's looking interesting. But it was knight d4 in this game. Strong resemblance with yesterday. So it was a game between Vladislav Artemiev and his opponent, I forget who. You know, girls' memories, so. And he had a great advantage, but only one mistake, especially knight d4 move, so he lost all the advantage after that, and he started to did it again to collect all small advantages, and after that he won the game. But this move, knight d4, and right now knight d4 is lost the half of an advantage. Oh, knight d4 one more time. So maybe the computer is sure that knight on d4 is not so useful, because the main idea of white right now is bishop g3 and knight c4, somehow ruining this pawn chain. I don't know, I just reading the meanings, the measures from the engine. So yep, it's hard for me. Right now the evaluation is getting smaller and smaller. It was no, right now it's a plus 0.4. So that's something, but it's not enough, because in previous move it was 2 times bigger. I remember everything. So perfect. Right now black is thinking. As for the third board, the game is continuing. So Aminta Batabai plays white, Aik Martirosyan plays black. This rook on g4 is interesting. It was a check. King goes away. The evaluation is the same from our previous analysis, so it's a 0.2, nothing special. This rook belongs to the black doubled rooks. This file, I mean, belongs to the 2 doubled rooks. But right now, this is potentially weaknesses. This is potentially weakness too. Computer said that it's nothing, and after rook e4 it's just exchanges and, you know, offer a draw. But I wanted to see a fight, and right now 1 hour and 57 minutes have passed and no one offered to the draw. So my prediction was right. I'm winner in this discussion. Draw here, so nothing to explore, but in any case every game is continuing after the 2 hours. So as for the fourth board with attack, yep, this fourth sequence of the moves happens in the game. So after the f6 it was the only move bishop f4, trade-off here. This triple pawn on the f file is interesting idea. g5. As computer says, only one move who keeps the small advantage for white is queen e2 with recycling on the h5, because right now this battery with queen and bishop, you know, doing nothing because of f5 pawn. But after this moves, this queen transform from useless piece to the powerful piece. And right now we need a picture from the Aladdin when, you know, it's a transform, when a sultan transform from the genie. So queen is just string association from my mind. So right now, as we can understand, they are playing so quickly, but not because it's a drawish position. That was just you know, this drawish variation from the first board that we discussed the previous time. Do you remember that? After the h4, only move for black is h6, takes, only move, not only. Right now was another option connected with king h7. So king h7, king f7 or king f6, that's no big difference because the evaluation is 0.0 in any case. So right now that's a new time to think the position after so much exchanges. The most logical move, of course, it's a rook e1, you know, protecting the second rook, but everything is okay. And right now it's time to make a break. I want to remind you that after 2 hours, 5 games are continuing in our tournament. So, yep, I'm happy, and that's a good news to take a break. So, if you was here during the break, the first question that we have right now, Weiss and Sugirov, was lying on the table. What's happening here? So I want to start from the fifth board. So what it was? After the f5, the situation is good for him. That's a position that we discussed before. So f4 opportunity looks promising for him. Because after this exchange, our pawn undoubled after the check. It will be an extra pawn here with rook d3. Maybe that's the thing about rook d5. Or okay, everything is okay because that's a weakness fixed in the light squares with the idea of bishop e6 potentially. So no, that's not because of the positional problems, it's just a morning. I don't know why. Maybe it's a way to, reload. That's a terminology from the computer things. When the web page has bugs, you put the button with circled arrow to reload the page. So maybe right now, maybe this gesture was for reload himself like a human, just it connected with attention. So when you pay close attention for some subject, your brain start to, maybe we can start to economy our energy, please. But when looking at the window, going circle to the tournament hall, doing something else to put your attention into other subjects. After that, when you start to think in the board, it gives you the better result. So. That gesture was interesting when one of participants of top level tournament, lying in the table near the rook and like, the life is so terrible. But no, it's not connected with his position. Everything is good in the board right now. So, it wasn't an emergency. As for the first board, it's a game between Vahidov Shamsidin and Sanfani Raunak. As you know, after the g3, the situation is equal, as computer says, like 0.0 in any case. Because after some next move, for example, queen g4, it will be check, and rook takes on b7. I have only one question, why 0.0? Computer says the compensation is enough. This queen is so interesting. Yep, it was queen g4 in the game. So rook e7, the number of pawns is equal after this double attack. And what else? Potentially it may be a trade of rooks after rook a e8. So no, it's not the checkmate from these squares. It's other type of tournaments. For example, rook e7 takes. I don't know what else. h5, 0.0. Just in every line from this position, 0.0. So check, king g8. It was a right prediction here. Yes. In situations when I don't know to speak, I will say like, chess is chess. And you should be very, calm and self-confident to say it a million times. So to sounds more, important. Very philosophy sentences. Life is life is a song, to be honest. Life is life and you're in the forward. I don't know the words, and all my childhood I sang this song, without words, just pronounce something similar to here, but without sense. And right now I realize that I don't know the words in this song. I know the melody, but I don't know the words. Life is life, only that line, nothing else. Perfect. Maybe I will use it after the tournament. I will open all my playlists with songs, and I will hear that and trying to analyze the English language words, because usually when you listen to music, you concentrate to the melody, to the rhythm, like, ooh, we are dancing, but you never think about the words, because Usually, yep. Usually I listen to pop, so it's music that's better to concentrate on melody, not on words, but it depends. So, in any case, right now, in the second board, Vallejo Pons Francisco has the next opportunity to take an advantage. Let's look at that. As I said you before, after the knight d4, all advantages are disappearing, but queen goes to h6 with a threat, bishop g3 is predictable, f5 takes, and right now it's look very interesting. Why and where takes knight d5, for example, d5. I think the main idea is attacking the backward pawn. As you know, this pawn is a weakness, because its c is a semi-opened file for the rook, and if your major pieces will try to attack it, a lot of times it's hard to play c6 because of your b5 and d5. So it's a great idea for the major pieces. You can double it, you can triple it. Remember the Alyoshin's gun. So do you know something about Alyoshin's gun? I wanted to joking about the fourth champion of world Alexander Alyoshin, who always put a gun in the pocket and goes to the chess matches. But it's a joke, of course. Every chess champion is perfect like a human and chess player, and in every dimension, you know, because it's our agenda, our chess world agenda, that every strong chess player is a good person. So in any case, Alyoshin's gun is not a weapon, it's just a chess idea with battery from rook, the second rook, and the queen in the line. So if in the game you line up your major pieces in a straight rook, and queen the last, you should know that you create an Alyoshin's gun. So, one more idea, if you didn't know that, but right now let's return to the chess. C takes d4 and A takes b5. Good time to exchange, and right now, of course, taking by the pawn is prohibited, because queen is overloaded and it will be exchanged with extra piece in black's favor after queen d2. So, A takes b5, the only move for white is bishop b5. These bishops are good. After the knight f5, it will be d5, and this pawn is backward even in this situation. So, of course, it's easier to push the c6 right here, but not so easier, so rook c1 is interesting in any case. Computer, by the way, the top engine move right here is c6 right now. Takes bishop e2. But what about hanging pawns in the center? They are weaknesses in any case, so at least that's an obvious plan to attack the pawns in the center. In our time, the simple plan is better than the difficult moves. No, that's not a statement. When I was a child, I was in the chess camp, and one of the interesting trainers told us, then you know how important plan is. So the weak plan is better than the strong moves. I remember that, and that makes sense even in real life. If you have a plan, you have a world. It's just my philosophy. I created it right now. So, in any case, plan or lack of the plan, who cares? It's a top-level Grandmasters tournament. They have plan every time, and the most important thing, then they have a calculations, great calculations. Who knows? It spreads on the, morning or not, but generally they have. So, A takes b5, it's time to take by the bishop and trying to attack this pawn structure in the center. So that's the reason why the evaluation of the position is plus 0.7. As for the third board, Amin Tabatabai and Ike Martirosyan are continued to playing. So from the first side and the second and the side of computer and I don't know who else, so this position is equally at least. Computer says that the evaluation is plus 0.2, but in my mind this pawn is a weakness, this pawn structure is protected by the king, but the point is Amin Tabatabai will try to play for victory when he has this chance. So this game is continuing and it makes our process more interesting because 5 games is more interesting than 1 because you have a choice. You can choose what game you want to analyze. So it gives me freedom and I'm happy to them right now because it was situations in previous rounds when everybody short draw, offer, short draw, and 1 game left. And nothing happened, and you just look at that and think, maybe something, you know, this scream of the commentator, it's a awful thing, but happy to me. Right now, everything is continue, you know, in the whole tournament place, in the all 5 games. Yep, I'm regularly forget the numbers and the letters. So something interesting maybe in the 4th board. That's a game between Shan Sargsyan and Arseniy Nesterov. And firstly, it was the most aggressive game because it was an attack on the G file, on the H file. But right now, the situation is 0.0. They only move for white. So, I suggest you not start from this situation. I want to start from here. Right now, it was a moment of choice, and the top engine move right now with the Yep, hard situation. I understand everything, but you know we need more attempts. The evaluation, thank you, of position is plus 0.5 after the queen e2 and queen h5, but it was h takes g6, f6 sacrifice discovered attack, the only move, you know, protecting the pawn, and rook h2. Bishop d6 with a counter threat, and computer is sure that it's the only move for this situation. So look at the hands. Bishop takes h7. Because of idea of something, bishop f4, attacking the rook. Rook h3, only 1 move in the h file to continue this idea. g4, only 1 move for the black. Rook h4. No, there is 1 more option, but in black's favor. Takes, returns, and here. Black has an extra pawn, and the king like in safety. So here rook h4 is better, and right now every side should repeat the moves. So bishop g5, rook h2, bishop f4, rook h4, and nobody has a chances to go, you know, to some other directions. What about rook g5, going away from the capture? Checking. King g7, king e2, oh my god, attacking the bishop. Everything is very scary as for me. Queen d6 protecting. You know, something strange. It's a good diagnosis for the variations like this. So very unclear, but interesting. Yep. And I'm afraid that this variation will be in the game, because as I said before, for Shan Sargsyan, draw is not a good result. So he will try to go away from the straight line, because he wants to looking at chances for the win. looking for the chances. Yep. Stop. This variation with rook g5, it's a black decision. And for Nesterov Arseny, the draw is okay, because he has a chances for the third place, and it's a risk-free decision. So after the draw, he will fix the place from second to fifth, as I said before. So no, he will not play to rook g5. This idea is losing, so more than 2 pawns in black's favor. Yep, there is a big chance to force this variation. Right now, that's the last chance to go away by bishop g8, but black has an extra pawn in the queen side, in the king side, sorry, and that's not suspect. Suppose not. Whatever. The situation is equal, because every attempt to go away from this free straight line with free time repetition opportunity lead to the position to the black's advantage. So interesting. It was bishop g8. So I respect the character of Shan Sargsyan, because he really decided to try it even without a pawn here. So, yep, his tournament situation forced him to looking for chances next, because I'm sure if he has 1 point more, he will free time repeat this without problem, because the situation like helps to make a decision. But the last round is different. So even if it will be round, if the situation was around before, he would agree to free time repetition, but not here. And after bishop e6, this pawn is hanging, queen h6, it's a logical continuation, maybe queen f5, rook f8 is the only move for the black, queen h3, and they even end the game, but the f2 pawn is isolani, so after some trade-offs, so white haven't great chance to victory, to be honest, but tournament situation force the Shan Sargsyan to play. As for the fifth board, it's a game between Sanan Sugirov and Vladislav Artemiev, and Sanan decided to play f4, and it was 100% right decision, because right now he's trying to create an attack. This pawn potentially weakness is blocked. This trade-off is better for the white, and I just want to ask what will be if this knight goes away. G4. G4 idea. Yep. After the G4, these pawns will undouble, and it helps white to looking chances for the winning. Okay, the top engine move in this situation is knight d3 check, the only one move. Knight d5 is the only, and after the exchange here, it will be endgame with different color bishops, of course. But as for white's idea, right now it's bishop e6. So king d7 or g6, maybe g6 is easier. King e2, rook comes to the line first, and it's possible to capitalize, computer says. As for me, everything is unclear, but computer says that that's enough. G4 idea potentially is interesting. Check from e6 potentially is interesting. For example, after that, so the pawn chain is ruined. This pawn is weakness on e4 without supportings. So this game will be long and hard for everyone. After the f4, it was e takes f4, g takes f3. So yep, black avoided variations with weakness on e4 in the previous things with knight d3, but right now the position is better for white in any case. The position is better for white in any case, because it's a very comfortable place f2 for the king. There is alliance for the rook potentially. That's a passed pawn in the endgame after the e4. After one move, white have a passed pawn, so it means something. Maybe a chance to looking for. Okay. What's happening in the first board? g3, h4. Everyone is very aggressive person today. After the check, it was king g8. Do you remember that? Takes, h5. Queen goes closer. h4. Of course, it's look very, intense going ahead, but to be true, after queen e6, I don't understand. Thank you. I was afraid that our internet has fall, but no, he just write me like reload. What reload? Where reload? No, right now everything is okay. So queen e6 takes, and right now the even end game, for example, rook f3, king g2, attacking the weak pawn, takes, and the rook endgame is the drawish endgame from the whole collection of endgames. So, as you can expect, everything leads us to the draw. And right now the whole evaluation is 0.0, so this game has a chance to finish the first or the second. As for the second board, something happens. So it was what? After the a takes b5, I decided that the only logical move for the white right now is bishop b5 and went away to the next games. But it was a f6 move. Sacrifice a pawn. Technically it's not a sacrifice because this pawn was doomed. 3 minor pieces. Two minor pieces and 1 major piece was ready to take it, so that's no big difference. But after the f6, it was something else. So maybe it was a attraction, a queen to f6, preparing this move with a tempo. In any case, after the a takes b5, it was trade-off on a1 and knight f5. Computer's evaluation right here is plus 0.5. So bishop c4 check. Interfering is not so good because of d5, and for some reason, no, I know for what reason. Right now the trade-off of queen is better for the white because the rook is ready to enter. It was a good word. I want to remember it. Sorry that I spent your time opening a translator, but it was a very important move. Invade. Yep, the rook is ready to invade right now on the A file, so the situation in white's favor. Half a pawn, not something special, but half a pawn, it's a significant step ahead. So, in any case, knight f5 was in the game, so there is no opportunity of d5, but that's the point why a computer recommends to do it right now. Place here. So, as I said before, d5 is a part of the plan, so the top engine move for the black right here is king h8 and d5 in any case. Prevent some recyclings or something like that. d5, the threat of the queen's trade, and after that, potentially a5 for the rook. The evaluation is not so big, but better than nothing for white. So right now in this game, fight is continuing after the knight f5. As for the third board, king f5, it seems interesting. So I remind you that it's a game between Aminta Batabai, the leader of the tournament, who secured the first place before the last round, and his opponent is Aikmar Turasan, who plays black. So our previous analysis was somewhere here, and I told you that there is no chance to looking for opportunities for white, because they have a weakness. This pawn is weakness, square, I mean, for the dark bishop. So nothing. But in the game was an interesting road for the king in the king side. So f4, go ahead. The black rook just going straight and back, ahead and back. g4. Computer is sure that black doing everything right. So that's the best way, to keep the position, because there is only one vertical in the board. So why not? Just staying here, controlling the open file, attacking the weakness on d2. And right now, of course, I want to ask, what will be after g5? If we want, for example, takes, nothing, thank you. That's all that we wanted to say right here. I remember this phrase from my English exams, and when I prepared for the, speaking part, my trainer every time told me more like, Dasha, in the end of your speech, please said something like, that's all that I wanted to say, and asked for what? It hasn't sense. I really hate the things without thanks. Sense? Yep. So everybody understand that that's all that I wanted to say. If I finish my perform, it's easy to understand. And my trainer said, Dasha, don't fight with me. I mean, don't discuss with me in this question. It's my job, not yours. So tell this phrase. I told it and everything was good, but right now, and right now I have this phrase for the situations when I don't know what to say next. So every knowledge of your life can be useful for you in some life situations. So do not refuse of knowledge, even if in the moment it seems strange and useless. You never know. So bishop e4 was played by the white. That's the time to fix the pawn structure, from all this stuff. And computer recommends to the black plays d3. So the main idea of d3 is a skewer, if I understand right, on the d file. If bishop goes away, it will be a rook d2. If king decides to protect something, it will be ef5. The only move for the white, and king f6. So this scheme doesn't seem very healthy at all. Every pawn stays on the light squares except of d2. That's the weakness. So everything is close to the draw, and the evaluation is 0-0 after d3. So nothing is here. As for the fourth board, so of course, as I said in previous analysis, Shan Sargsyan decided to play, he decided to avoid 3 times repetition opportunity and takes on g8 in this position, because his second option was rook h4, keeping the rook on the h file to threatening with discovered attack, but it's a draw, and draw it's useless for him in this tournament situation, because right now he has 3.5 and bad coefficient. So you know that it means. That means that he has the last place right now in the tournament. Everybody from the second place to the last place has a really small gap between each other, so every one victory may give you, I don't know, 1,000,000 of rubles, 1.5 million of rubles. You know, significant thing, and that's the reason why 5 games from 5 games are continuing even after 2 hours 40 minutes. Our new record, I'm happy to have it. If how I told you in the beginning of the stream, today during the road to the tournament from the hotel to the tournament building, the chess academy of Khanty-Mansiysk, so we had discussion, and it was a prediction that in the morning round chess players will fix a short draws. But no, I said all games will continue after the 2 hours at least. So right now it's 2 hours and 40 minutes. 5 games from 5s are continuing, and that means that I was right. So, specialist in the question of results in tournaments. Of course, I'm joking, it's just how it called. Great word, I need some time to check it, because it called coincidence. Better not to know, you know, coincidence. About the verb invade. Right now, I've seen it in my translator, and I thought, from where I know this word, invade. Invade, it means when you take your rook and go into the opponent's camp. And where I heard it, and it's Aladdin. I like this movie. Movie is directed by Guy Ritchie. Maybe you heard about that. Not cartoon. I like the cartoon too, but the movie in my heart, you know. And they discussed invasion in Sharabat, so that the spring that I know this word. Everything that you are watching, it may be useful for you, especially if you English commentator. Invasion and So anyway, right now after the bishop g8, it was a strong decision, avoiding a draw, in case that right now the situation in black's favor, because black has an extra pawn, and even in the case of queen f5 and taking this pawn, it will be an endgame with an Isolani on f2, so without great chances to looking for the victory. It was a strange decision, but you know, what else? As for the fifth board, Sergei Sanan plays f4, and it was a top engine move, yep. After the exchange on f3, the whole pawn structure becomes better, because right now f4, f2 square for the king, as I said million of times. And the more important, after the g6, f4 is a top engine move, because this pawn structure is fixed. And right now, this light bishop has a great opportunities to attack it. For example, knight c6 is a top engine move, king f2 using that, and what's else? For example, bishop g7, b4, b5. The computer says great initiative in white side. Interesting. Because I want to remind you, this game was the first candidate to the short draw, but right now everything different. So after the f4, a lot of ideas. Firstly, we kick this knight out from the good central square. Secondly, we fix the pawn chain, and g4 is ready, and e4 potentially is ready, and square for the king is ready, and b4 is ready if bishop goes away from the diagonal. So, and you know that knight c6 is the best move for the black right now. Other situation gives the evaluation worse. g4 right now. If we take them on f5, it will be a weakness. If they take us in the g4, it will be negative pieces. So, Artemy Vladislav, who plays black, should looking for a chance to counter threat, because this game is not so safe like in previous times. So, everything interesting in the game will be in this position. Of course, that's a possible variation that every game will finish with a draw, like 5 draws, and the, tournament situation keeps, but maybe all 5 games will finish with a result if, the first game was finished, right? Yep. It was a wrong button, forget. So the first game was finished after 2 hours and 46 minutes. Right now in the first board, Wahidov Shamsidin plays draw with Sathwani Raunak. How it happened? Let's check the last moves. So after the h4 it was a queen exchange as we expected. Yep. Trade off here, rook f6. Check, going away. And perpetual check here because nobody has something. So let's write it down. Wahidov Shamsidin make a draw, and right now he has 4 points in the end of the tournament. -1 it's called because from 9 rounds, 0 it's a half of a points, 4.5. 4 points it's a -1. 3.5 it's a -2, you know how it works. So Raunak Sathwani makes a draw. Right now he has 4 points, 5 from 9, 0 in 0. Yep. It's just a quick way to say the result, without specific numbers. If you play +4, it means that you have, half of a points and plus 4 0.5. I want to explain you by the examples. For example, if in the tournament 9 rounds and somebody told you that he +4, that means you count the half of a tournament, it's 4.5, go ahead. 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5. So +4 means that he has 6.5 points. Yep. Very interesting and useful information for you. Maybe not. Who knows? Maybe if you take part in this tournament and somebody will tell you these meanings, measures, you will know how it works. In any case, the first game in this tournament, so I congratulate Raunak Sathwani and Shamsidin Wahidov with finish of the tournament. It was hard, it was difficult, but it's back. As for the rest of 8 participants, the tournament are continuing. So, in the second board, this position of the pieces looks strange because it's like an initial position, but this knight from b8 goes to d8. Maybe it's just my associations. In any case, after the a takes b, 5, it was d5. It was firstly b6, so without d5. Computer recommends to play d5 to offer a queen exchange, because in the end game it's so more comfortable to attacking the weaknesses on the semi-open file, right? But it was b6, ruining all the pawn structure. Computer doesn't like it. His top line, like airplane. Yes, no, that's other meaning. After c takes b6, the evaluation is good for black. Okay, for example, I want to attack these weak pawns. I make a blunder. My f2 pawn is unprotected. Forget. My rook should stay on f1 without questions. Okay, good. I want to do it by my queen. This pawn is hanging. What's happening? Why everything is hanging? Maybe the main purpose of the d5 move is, do not offer to the exchange of queens. It's just keeping this pawn in the center alive because it's hanging piece. So b6, and this is red, takes, check. Okay, d5, d5 finally, and maybe without the strong pieces, that position will be interesting for the white, because of course black has an extra piece, but potentially that's a weakness. I don't know how it works, and an engine says that it's an equality, but as for human, you can never be sure in these questions. For example, exchange here, knight takes g3, kill this bishop until the problems on d6. So h takes g3, bishop f5, controlling the b1 square from the rook's maneuvers. I want to do it from this side. Knight f7, rook b2, it was my plan. Knight e5 is counteractive, just going away, and I want to take it, to take it, to take it. Rook a8, take the first one. Rook a1, take the second one. With idea of checkmate. Somehow it means 0.0. Hard to understand. So let's continue. f3 creates a luft for the king. Rook d1. The only move to interfere this idea. Takes, takes. So now I made 12 moves from the initial position, but who cares? I'm interested. So right now white has an extra pawn, but the evaluation is 0.0. Okay, I want to put the second pawn, why not? And going away. Check. Something very unclear, so fortunately that's not our case. That was a second draw, if I understand right, because this game between Nestor Arseny and his opponent Shan Sargsyan was finished with the shaking hands. So right now, after the rook g6 and queen h4, the evaluation is minus 0.4, but draw in this game is comfortable for Arseny, because as I said before, he has enough points and good coefficient, and after 8th rank he takes the 3rd place. So that's the reason when everything is comfortable for him, even in case that his position is better a bit. So I want to write it down. Right now Nestor Arseny has 4 points 5, and Shan Sargsyan has 4 points without 5. Great chances to be the last in this tournament for him, to be honest, but everything can change. For example, it depends on the game between Artemiev Vladislav and Sanan Sugirov. If Sanan Sugirov loses this game, he will be the last, of course. But he has a better position. After the g4, his pawn structure is promising, because, as I said before, this tension is better for the white. If white takes here, after the, I don't know, bishop g7, just to do something, this structure is better for white. After the exchange on f5, this pawn is a weakness, and it's very comfortable to attack by the bishop, by the rook. This pawn is isolani, so everything is under control. As for the taking here, firstly, the white's pieces will be very active. Right now it's a check, king b8 for example, and king f2. So a lot of ways to continue the game. Long diagonal for the bishop, a lot of verticals to the rook. C is interesting, D is interesting, H is interesting. So the position right now of him is better, and it's really a problem to Vladislav Artemiev. Vladislav won the yesterday game, as I said you, but right now this game is decisive one. So everything can happen in this round, yep, and we can never know who will be the second, who will be the last, you know, before the last game will finish today. So the second board, this idea with b6 and the ruining of the pawn chain we have seen just recently, but the point is, after the b6, C takes b6 for the top engine move right here with an extra pawn. But after knight e6 is so harder to control everything, because d5 was a part of the plan of white. So takes, knight c5. Knight c5 is a blunder of the pawn. So what's the purpose after the rook takes a1? Knight d4 attacking the bishop. Bishop goes to f1. You know, back rank for the bishop, it's a typical place. C takes b6 in any case. Knight c4 with a fork. Exchange here. b5, knight d6. Rook d8. Takes. This move is prohibited. And don't lose. Exchange. And right now we have an end game finally, with one extra pawn in the king side, but this pawn is doubled, so it makes her harder to capitalization. Makes a position, I mean. So right now the evaluation of course is equal, but as for real games, after some hours of capitalization, it may give something to white. So nothing is changed. If Vallejo opponent Francisco will win this game, he has a strong chances to be the second or third. So, Artemiev Vladislav, Malachov Vladimir, Art Martirosyan and Francisco Vallejo Pons has 4 points right now, and they didn't finish their games. So, if somebody of this group will win the game, it will be a great chance to the second place or third at least. Yep. So this round is very high stakes. Right now in the position in the game after the knight e6, d5 is very predictable because this pawn is hanging 3 times. As for b takes c7, maybe this position is interesting too because of isolated pawn on b7, but we have a question how we will solve our problems with d4 pawn. Computer recommends to play bishop d3, and it's sometimes unclear for me because I have a question what will be after knight takes d4. I blunder one more time, so I lost the 10th piece for today or something like that. Yep. f6 is the last square for the queen to protect this knight in the center, so after the knight e4, knight e4 kicks this queen out, kicks this queen off from this diagonal, and knight is hanging. So that's not an option, but queen takes d4 is possible. Exchange here, bishop takes d6, a lot of pieces in the d file. Okay, rook f7, the only one move to protect everything. And there is an endgame with healthy pawn against isolated but passed pawn. Maybe. So this game has a lot of potential ideas for the both sides, and we will look at that after the white's response. B takes c6 or d5? It's a good question. As for the third board, the fight between Amin Tabatabai and Aikmar Turasan is continuing. So, after bishop e4, black didn't play d3, so maybe it makes their defense harder because white plays d3, but computer says that the evaluation is 0.0 in any case. So bishop returned to the e7. I every time remember that this king on f5 having squares to escape, and only rook g1 saved white from the some kinds of checkmate. Okay, it's just attempts, it's not a checkmate, but potentially something can be happen. Rook g2 and rook e8. Maybe it's time to fix the draw, because rook g2 is a move without great plans for the next future. g5 is not interesting. Takes, and what's next? So just a pawn on g5 and every line is blocked. So, after 3 hours of playing, what we have? Draw in the third board, small advantage of white in the second board, so Alejo Pon Francisco has more chances than his opponent, Malakhov Vladimir, and an interesting position in the fifth board. Sugirov Sanan has more advantage, has more chances to advantage right here, because in the end game his pawn structure is better than pawn structure of his opponent, Vladislav Artemiev. So, 3 hours passed, 3 games left, and that's a comfortable time to make our scheduled break. See you in 10 minutes. So, the fourth hour of playing have started, and right now it's time to analyze what's happening here. Let's do it together, and I suggest to start from the fifth board, because right now everything is going to the draw. It was unpredictable because before the break I told you that blah blah blah, white has a chance, interesting end game, but right now I'm not sure. After the g4, Artemiev Vladislav found a way to exchange all the pieces here. After the knight before there is no only variations except of knight takes before, check here, and after the next move it will be check here. So as you can see, the end game with, different color bishops and without weaknesses at all. So it's a draw. So, of course, it's not my thought, it's just a suggestion of engine. Right now, instead of, one second. If I understand that I start to forget words. Instead of, g4, it will be better to play king f2. But what's the difference? After the knight before, takes. This rook from the corner is ready to go closer to the board. So right now g4 is better. I don't know for what reason. Maybe that's reason called rook d7 potentially. Yep. So there was a difference, but right now, after the check and bishop takes g4, the evaluation, to be honest, is equal, plus 0.3. And we are going to our typical result of the round, draws. Lot of viewers was critical about these moments. So why, so many draws in this tournament? Because it's a top-level Grandmasters tournament. That's the answer. So it's a typical thing. If the boss opponent plays strong, their most predictable result will be a draw. Yep. So king goes to b8. And I want to add to the previous statement. Their rating is close to each other, like in this tournament, because every participant has ratings in the range between 2601 and 2681. So they're close to each other. Of course, it will be a lot of draws, and it's totally okay. In any case, right now, that's the situation. After the king b8, and I want to say there is a first game when Artemiev Vladislav decides to avoid a time trouble, and he makes a move quicker than in previous games. In previous games he usually make a time trouble for himself. After the first moves he spent a lot of time and he save small amount of time. But right now, in your eyes, we may see the exception of the rules, and he has enough time to calculate everything that he need to calculate potentially. And he is working a lot of time. It's a good news, be more relaxed. In any case, I'm sure that this game will finish with a draw. As for the second, I should remind you that the first board was finished with a draw. It's a game between Vahidov Shamsidin and Ronak Sathwani, and the fourth board was finished with a draw. It's a game between Sargsyan Shant and Nestor Farseni. And right now, let's have a look at the second board. The evaluation is 0.0. So, everything leads us to, to the 5 draws in this last round, but it's a draw of fighting. It's a different, you don't understand. It's a popular joke, and right now it's time to use it. So after the queen a5, knight a6, it's predictable because there is no other ways to the knight. And what? Nobody has an extra pawns. Strange position, and really the evaluation is 0.0 is unclear for me right now, because the pawn structure is imbalanced. The minor pieces is unique in the center, so I cannot say that this situation is so boring. No, it's something interesting for us. And nobody has enough time to think. Usually the fourth hour is the most interesting one, maybe the sixth hour is interesting too. From fifth, after the 5 hours of playing and after the 3 hours of playing. So usually right now something start to be quicker, more aggressive, more risky. So we will see. Queen a5. It was the last move. Knight e6. It is a top-ended move. Knight takes g3 is okay. Bishop Queen takes d4 is okay too, because that's a counter threat on the knight. Knight f3. Whoa, be careful, it's a pin. So Queen e4 attacking the bishop. Rook e1 protecting the bishop. Queen c2 protecting the knight. Bishop d1 attacking somebody. Goes very hard, difficult, complicated variation. So that's a good diagnosis for him. And right now the evaluation gives us nothing, because 0.0 in computer, in computer's engine after 16 move from this moment, because his depth is 32. I'm not sure that we should believe him. As for third board, nothing here. Of course, Amin Tabatabai is looking for chances. He created an interesting scheme with king on f5, but engine says that's nothing except of 0.0 at all. So, for example, what about h5 move? Right now, to be honest, it's black's turn, but black, as I know, prefers to go from e8 to h8. Yeah, that's enough. So h5, staying in the place. g5, potentially it's a pawn break here. So takes, for example, takes, and where is the advantage? Advantage is here. Rook h6 wants to block everything. King f4 check. Okay. Rook g8, and something have happened. So no. As for evaluation of computer, okay, it's easy to understand, but as for real games, with decisions of human beings, it's something different. Okay, bishop goes to b4. So Ike Martirosyan decided to keep this rook on the corner, to control the h file. For example, after g5, it will be captured, and this diagonal leads to the rook exchange after this threat. So that's the reason why it may be better to stay on the corner by the rook. Bishop b4. The evaluation is 100% equal. As for the last game, the fifth board, Sanan Sugirov, after the check and going away, plays king f3. Interesting decision of him. No, really, it's the first moment of the tournament when Vladislav Artemiev has more time than his opponent. So he has 18 minutes. Sugirov Sanan has 13 minutes. And it's a fourth hour of playing, so something will be quickly as usual, because nobody has enough time to think with previous meanings. Oh, they decided to the draw? In my mind, this game should be the longest. But maybe draw is good for the both opponents. So the second game, the game between Vallejo Pons Francisco and Malakhov Vladimir, was finished with the draw. So let's write it down, to controlling everything. Vallejo Pons Francisco has 4.5, and Vladimir Malakov has 4.5 after this round. So. Ike Motirosyan hasn't chances to do something right here because it's really impossible to win this position by black. That means that if Vladislav Artemiev wins this game somehow, I don't know, maybe with magic or something else, he will be this second. If Sugirov Sanan wins the game, he will share the places from the potentially second, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's so hard to calculate because, you know, I like languages more than math, as you can see. Yep, I'm a chess player who likes languages more than math. So we will calculate everything, I mean points of players, only after the last game. Don't react. Something is broken, something is doesn't broken. Life is life. So in any case, that's the reason to play next, right? I mean, in this particular game, because it's a chance for Sanan and for Vladislav, it's a chance to have more money and place higher. So maybe if it will be the first round, they will offer to the draw, because it's an end game with different color bishops. But right now, who knows? Second. It's a you know that means second. It's a situation between second and third. Second. I'm creating a new language. Words. Interesting. So after the bishop b4, computer recommends to play h5, but what for? Staying. g5. Capture. Maybe bishop e7, why not? After the h5. Maybe bishop e7. No, because right now king has an interesting reroute to this side of the board, and c5 makes position of black worse because this diagonal becomes open. So in any case, in any continuation, the evaluation is 0.0, but I want more activity. I'm into Batabai thinking, and he is the only guy who is thinking in this game. Sorry, only chess player, because you know, I was wrong that I named the chess players guys, because it's at least some of persons said me that it's unrespectful, so I should be more I respect everyone, to be honest, and I really don't know why the word guy is insult somebody, but okay, I will try to control this point, you know, to avoiding insultion by accident somehow. Okay, I should be more polite if I'm an official commentator of this official great tournament, right? So let's learn. Right now, Aminta Batabai has only 4 minutes. 4 minutes in the clock, and no, it's not 4 minutes, because of course in this game there is a second time control, because it's a 54th move. So that's the reason why he has not 4 minutes, he has 54 minutes. A big difference. So time to do something. His hand in the air. Ike Motirosyan returned to the board. He's ready to. What will be right now in this absolutely drawish position? g5. My prediction is no. g5 is strange because of the pin. My prediction is h5. Because you need to do something if you looking for chances to the victory. Something should change in the position. So I think it will be h5. After the king f3, Vladislav Artemiev started to think, and right now he goes to the time trouble one more time because his number of times becomes less than Sanan Sugirov's time. So, typical situation. I wanted to tell you about the exception of the rules, but not right now. So 12 minutes in his clock. The king f3 was at 20 Earth. 20. No, Earth, it's our planet, right? 20. So it was a move with number 28. So that's 12 moves before the second time control. And it's important, maybe, maybe not. So, yep. It was a long move. Maybe, bishop returned to the e7. Maybe the main idea is g5. Trying to trade off some pawns here. Seems logical. For example, e4, h5, bishop should go away, and g5. And two options right here. First option is to isolated pawn without chances to be promoted. Second option is going through the pawn structure, and bishop on the long diagonal is good. These pawns are blocking, and these passed pawn, connected passed pawns are interesting because they are plural. So the main idea of bishop e7 is preparation of g5. After that, position may become simplifying, or it will be a preparation of two passed pawns. So. Amin Tabatabai has 1 minute in his clock, but it's an illusion in any case. So what will be? Bishop f3. Because his hand, he plays ahead in the center. G5. Why g5? What will be after the... so after this pawn trade-off, maybe he plans to take by the pawn f and take by the king. It's possible, of course. Check. The only move to keep the pawn. Maybe it's interesting. Maybe he decided to fix the draw, but to fix the draw, to be honest, that's enough to offer the draw for the opponent, because right now he's a world champion, I wanted to say. No, he is not world champion. He is this tournament champion, but that means something. So f pawn takes g, and right now it's time of choice. Yeah, previous move was so. Right here in this situation, Aik Matirosyan has to take by this pawn in the first move of variation or in the second move of variation, because that's a threat by taking here. So that's the reason why firstly he made I forget this word, but I want to find it. Obligatory move. Obligatory. Compulsory. Wow. Compulsory. So I never heard about this word in English, but in any case, f takes g5, it was a compulsory move, because right now, as for h6 pawn, it may be not so necessarily. So if you want to take it, you can take it, or if you don't want to. So it's a question of choice. Amin Tabatabai tries to reload in the board. We've seen these moments today already, when Sugirov Sanan lied in the table with the head and tried to, reloading. It's not a sleeping. It's just trying to refocus on the board, because when you get up in the morning and you didn't sleep enough and you went to the round and you were thinking for 4 hours, not 4 hours, 3 hours and half of an hour, but it's enough too. So sometimes your brain told you like, stop please. I need time to relax, and opponents usually solve, and chess players solve this problem different ways. Somebody wants to the cafeteria zone with food and eat something. Part of players are sure that eating during the game it's a bad decision, because there are biological experiences that proves that when you eat the food, it influence on your brain. It affects on your brain, because it's connected with blood researches or something like that. I don't remember, but usually when I took part in the great tournaments, my trainer told me that the move before eating something and after eating something, it's a risky move, so you should check it 2 times, 3 times, more times, to be sure that you don't lose something, because that's a risk. So yep. But staying without food during the whole long period of game, it's a bad decision too, because if the resources of your body will finish, it will be very, very bad for you. Great blunders, even because of this explanation. So f pawn takes g5, and right now it's time to take it one more time. H takes g5 lead us to the draw. That's not the subject that Amin Tabatabai wants, so he will take it with king. And right now maybe check, or check from this side, king g4 in any case, king f6, and stay on the e5 square. h5 and bishop f6, blocking this pawn. The evaluation is 0.0 because the blockade of black is very solid, so that's enough to keep the structure well. Okay, time to think. And as for this situation after the bishop e7, Sanan Sugirov has 7 minutes and it's time to do something. He has a problematic situation because Sanan Sugirov should win this game because he has problems in the tournament situation, because he is sharing places from 8s to 10s. So, as you know, it's a moment to do something, but what can you do in the endgame like this? In the endgame with rooks and different color bishops? I do not know at all. So in my mind, it's a drawish situation. Of course, yesterday it was a great example of finding opportunities in drawish situation in the game between Amin Tabatabai and Arseniy Nesterov. But as for this position, really, it's a rocket science for me. Usually everyone says that it's not rocket science, but I want to say that it is. It is looking for chances in the situation like that. So, g5 is a threat. Computer recommends to play rook h6 to block this pawn, but it's strange because after bishop f8 this rook has to go back, and after that bishop has a chance to go back too, so this recommendation is strange. g5. Ike Matirasyan is thinking for the last 5 minutes, so good decision. Amin Tabatabai has 52 minutes right now, but he didn't lose his flag the first time, so that's the reason why these electronic clocks didn't give him the second time control. But after 0.0 in White's clock, it will be 50 more minutes. It's a system, how it works. You know that. You're watching streams like 9 days in a straight, so you got used to all these interesting details of the process, I hope. But if you're looking at the stream in the first time, so sometimes I explain to you some different details, to make our process more interesting. So, in this game, Sanan Sugirov decided to play e4. So, h5, it's the only move and the predictable one, because the previous idea with bishop e7 was a preparation, bishop e6 seems logical, and g5. And right now we have two directions. After the trade-off, it will be the drawish position, because that's a lonely move, lonely pawn, lonely passed pawn that haven't a great chances to do something. And as for the idea with f5, I don't know whose position is better right here. So maybe my prediction is a draw too, but who knows. So e4, it's the first part to the h5 and g5. And I hope that Artemy Vladislav will not spend his time to this idea, because he calculated this idea in previous move a lot of times when he plays bishop e7. So there is nothing new for him right now. He calculated everything. But maybe I'm sometimes speak something, that I should not speak, because I am just a commentator. I have no right to give advices for the participants because of difference between our ratings. Yep, like 600 or something like that. So I will be silent. And with word silent, I remember Aladdin movie one more time. So, what's a strange day of associations with Aladdin? Invite and Sharabat, transformed to the genie. What's next? I don't know, but very strange. Okay. In the third game after g5, Ike Matirosyan has 40 minutes to calculate it one more time. And it's predictable, because the game is last. The game is decisive, and it's better to calculate one more time than losing something, and that's all. And it will be a psychotrauma for the next 10 years. Joking, but not so hard. H pawn takes g5. So if I know, yep, without chances to the draw, so it's a new attempt to looking for the chances here. Why not? The best way for the black to continue the game is making a check from d7 or from d2, and after the better from e7, because right now it's a check and attacking on the pawn. The king g4 is the only move, and that's time to go closer to the center. For example, king f6 h5, bishop f8. To block this pawn sounds logical. For example, rook e1, rook g8 check, king goes away, bishop check. So everything is under control of black. My prediction, maybe right now, as you can see, the right, you cannot see, you cannot see the analysis, but usually active pieces is a good sign to position. So after this check, all long way pieces of black become more active. So that's the reason why right now evaluation is small in black's favor. But it's not something interesting for us, because the evaluation is minus 0.3 in this particular case. Who cares? Bishop d2. It's a quicker way to stay on h6, but the point is, after the king h5 it can be check. King g4, rook h8. Blocking everything, preparing a king f6 idea, maybe. 0.0 in any case, so predictable. Right now, that's time to calculate everything. That's more logical to start the attack on the king side from the h5 idea, because if you will start from the g5, it's impossible to play h5 next time. This rook is blocked everything. f5, for example, bishop f6 and rook h6, and there is a position with great number of problems for the black. So that's the reason why it's more logical to start from the h5 right here and g5 after that. Ike Martirosyan made a check, and right now I like to watch in this small amount of time, because really if somebody has small amount of time, he usually should play quickly. But that's not our situation, because Tabatabai has 50 minutes more as a second time control. So no, this game may unfold for 7 hours, with attempts of capitalization, this position, with equal number of pawns and without weaknesses of somebody. So. Rook h5, check. King g4, rook h8. It's a offer of computer. No. Interesting. So he put the king and after that return it again, right? In any case, 0.0. I do not understand. Right now he has a time increment, so usually it means that he make a move, and right now he has a new time. If he will have a second time control, it will be 51 minutes. Something happened. I do not understand. So let's check one more time. After the Queen f5, computer shows us 33 seconds, but the orange square around this move, the last move of black, was bishop d4. So he returned his move again and decide to go to the f5 or not f5, finally f5, yep. And right now the second control comes to the Tabatabai. As you can see, he has 50 minutes in his clock right now. So king f5 was played here. Rook h5 sounds logical, because this king potentially can be a problem after the king e5, all these maneuvers in the queen side. So maybe the only move that human being will calculate in this position, it's rook h5, because what else? Computer says, I don't know, king f8 is okay. And after the king e5, play king e7, and this position is equal. Thank you very much. Sacrifice the pawn for nothing, just. So, of course, rook h5 was played in the game. King g4 is the only move that, rules of chess accept. And time to save the rook. For example, rook h8 or rook e5. Clear the h6 square to the bishop in the next move. Oh, Ike Martirosyan has a second control, so his previous time was from the first control, and right now he has 1 hour and 30 minutes. Interesting for us. As for the 5/5 board, yep, Vladislav Artemiev played h5, as we expected, and after bishop e6, it's time to play g5, because he prepared this idea in the bishop e7 move. 30th move in the board, so they have 10 moves before the second time control. That's the reason why their time in the clock is real. Vladislav has 3 minutes in the clock, Sanan has 5 minutes in the clock. They're thinking so hard, calculating variations. I and we all know that right now g5 is enough for the draw. But as for them, morning. Have you seen this exercise, Jim? I really want to do it lots of every time when I giving comments, because it's morning things, and right now we get up in the morning and came to the tournament, but body in the morning, so everything is predictable. Even if you know that cameras watching at you every second, so body requires to be active. So time to work out. Joking. So bishop e6 was the last move, and right now g5 is the only move that seems logical in that situation. As for the third board, rook e5 and time to boring h5, for example. Oh, h5, it's a blunder. Rook g5, king h4 and f5. So rook on f5 potentially threatening this idea, because right now f5 is prohibited because of bishop who controlled this square. But after h5, yep, everything, rook g5 check and f5. So white should be careful in this position. What about moves? Maybe a rook f1 move. Rook e7, rook e8, bishop h8, and computer evaluates this position like a small advantage of white, because trade-off here is a dangerous activity. I hope I will not broke to my back. Yep, right now I want to be a rival, and my chair is going in the different directions. So yep, it's influence on the chess. Yep. As for situation, look at this opportunity. After the trade-off of rooks, it will be very active king who is ready to go in the queen side and take everything. So maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it is. Rook h2 was in the game with attacking this bishop. They found a new portion of papers, because rook h2 it was a 60th move, and as you know, there are only 60 moves in the one paper list. So after that you need to have a second paper to write your moves down. So rook h2, bishop e3 or something like that. By the way, there is no sense of this move, because movement on the f file after the bishop e3 is prohibited, so this idea with the blackmail of trade-off isn't working. Rook h2. Why it was rook f8? Strange decision. Maybe something was wrong with g5 idea. Maybe king is close and it sounds hard to help opponent's king to stay closer to the passed pawns. I don't know, but rook f8 gives the white a chances to looking for something. Computer said that the top engine move right here is e5, going ahead, and right now g5 isn't working because of f5. Of course, it's very interesting to play bishop g5 using that pin. It will be f5, takes, and rook h5, and in this keyword it will be a new extra material for white. Yep. So after 4 hours of playing, some small blunders in the different sides of the board. Of course, maybe it's not a blunder. I just talking you that engine shows me. We are a team with engine, so I'm a charisma. He is adequate meanings, measures of the position, evaluations. So, rook b2, provocation. As for c5, I don't sure. that sacrifice looking interesting, but you should be very, calm to sacrifice a pawn in the last round after the 4 hours of playing. So e5 was played in this game between Sergei Sanan and Artemy Vladislav. Bishop g5 and f5. Of course, what else? So this move is threatening with the f6, creating... By the way, what about f6? What if I just go in a way somehow? f6, and this keyword isn't working because of f7. So, for example, what will be after bishop d8, controlling something, f6? Ah, bishop takes f6. King e4, and the situation is equal dot equal. Equal dot equal. Ha, it's our new phrase. Equal dot equal. It's a synonym of 0 dot 0, but sounds more interesting. Yep. f5. G takes f5. Rook takes h5. What will be next? So, it's an extra passed pawn or what? Bishop c1. Computer recommends to play bishop d7. Clear the way for the pawn, going ahead. Bishop a3 isn't working because of rook h7, and white has an extra piece in some variations. So after the bishop f6, it will be rook. No, this idea isn't working because of exchange of major pieces. So rook h7 with the threat of e7, king c7 the only one, e7 takes, and white has an extra piece, and the situation without great advantage. I do not understand something. Why right now the evaluation is close to the equality, because the extra bishop in white's favor. Bishop d7 was played. Yep. Bishop d7, opening a vertical for the pawn. So bishop b2, position requires to having a counter threat. So bishop d7, it was a 34th move right here. So very dangerous, because as you can see, Vladislav Artemiev, who plays black, has only 1 minute in the clock, and Sergei Sanan, who plays white, of course, has 4 minutes in the clock. So 1 minute. Bishop takes b2. e6. What else? This pawn is hanging. Time to play ahead. e6 or not e6? That's the question. No, that's not a question. That's just a time to check in something one more time, but it's really not a question. Only e7, or e6, sorry. Was it in the game? Yep. Just with 5 seconds delaying, because there are 5 seconds between the tournament hall and the chess program. And as you can see, our cameras from the tournament hall and the stream has a less delaying. So, firstly, you see how move was in the tournament hall. Secondly, you see it in the lichess. So right now it's chance to make a mistake. So bishop f6 leads to the 0. Yep, it was a top engine move here. Everything is under control. After the rook takes f5, it will be a draw. After the rook h7, it will be something interesting. So let's check it one more time. King c7, e7. The rook is hanging, so takes. And what about this endgame? Threatening. Rook h7 was in the game, so everybody is looking for chances. Yep. The last hope of white is a2 pawn, so they should be careful to protect it. And right now it's hard to do. So a6, something. For example, if you play a4, it will be b5, a5, king c5, and your pawn is lost. So king c7, After some discovered attacks, it will be king d6 and blocking everything. So that's the reason why the only move for the white to playing for the victory is e7. If Sugirov Sanan will do it, he will share the places from the second to the, I don't know, 7th, 6th, something of that. So what it was e7. Yep, right now we will see at the end game with an extra piece of white, but you know it's two passed pawns against the bishop, so that's a good compensation for them. Rook takes e7. Bishop king d6 is the only move, you know, to keep all of your pawns in the board. King d6 and rook h7 or rook g7. Of course, king d6 for the 38th move right here. I have no chance to upgrade the variation in the lichess. Why? I don't know. Rook h7 and computer says that the best way for the black, you know, to continue the game is a6. It's unclear for me. For example, king c5, bishop e6. Lot of problems with pawns somehow. If I want to return, it will be bishop d5. And one of my pawns will lose. So that's the reason that computer says to play a6 to prepare the b5 idea and keeping all these pawns. For example, going ahead, b5, bishop c2, I don't know, king go ahead. So the main purpose of black is get rid of this pawn a2 because it's the last hope of white. Of course, the end game with rook and bishop against the rook, it's a drawish end game, so yep. a6 was played in the game. The evaluation is 0 dot something, so look like black has a great chances to save this position. Two pawns against pawns. What's the pawns? Two pawns against the bishop. Interesting ratio of material, so interesting imbalanced position. We will look at that for the hours. So after rook b2, Ike Martirosyan decided to play bishop c1, and maybe his next idea is bishop d2. Yep, staying on this diagonal to prevent before idea. In any case, after the bishop c1, Amin Tabatabai responds rook f2. So, yep, he forced to bishop goes away from the f2 square, and right now he is threatening by the rook f5. For example, if black do not nothing, it will be rook f5. And as you remember, this exchange gives the position harder for the black because this king is ready to run into the queen side. So bishop e3. Maybe something else? Instead of rook f5, instead of rook f5, what about f6? f6 is an interesting, of course. Takes. This bishop is ready to protect everybody. But what about this maneuver? It seems dangerous from the first sight. Computer says that everything is okay and the evaluation is close to 0.0, our typical situation. But. So, knight h7, a6. 2 minutes in the Sanan Sugirov's clock. And that's the last move before the next time control. What it will be? Computer said that everything lead us to the evaluation plus 0.3, so nothing special. Nothing special at all. But it's time to do something because there is no big difference. Maybe. I don't want to joke about offering a draw, because it's the last round, it's a decisive one, and the victory in this game gives Sanan Sugirov so more money than a draw. So the situation is risk-free for him, and of course that's a long-term reason to continue the game for the next hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, till the game ends. So, after the a6, situation right here is equal but with chances. Situation in the third board is equal after the rook f5 with the same evaluation plus 0.3. Plus 0.3 here, plus 0.3 here, you know, the most predictable result is 5 draws in this round too. But, in any case, right now, it's time, or rook f1, maybe he decide just waiting something or looking for something else. In any case, it's time to make a break. Fun fact that generally in this moment, in 3 a.m. in local time, p.m. sorry, it should start from the technical, you know, whatever. I will tell you that later, but right now we'll see in 10 minutes. let's have a look at the boards. So right now something happened very quickly in the third board. I'm interested what's happening here. So, yep, right now after rook f5, it was exchange of rook, and you know this endgame, it's time to offer a draw, because it's easy to stop this pawn by staying on h6 by the king, it's easy to protect this pawn by staying bishop on b4, so there are no chances to look something. That's the reason why the third board, the game between Amin Tabatabai and Aik Martirosyan, finished like a draw. The game ends draw. I want to write it down. So in the end of the tournament, Amin Tabatabai has 6 points. So he won 3 games and make 6 draws. It's enough to the clear first place. Aik Martirosyan has 4.5. And right now we have a last game in this round. So the last move of black was rook g8 with an idea to play and take this pawn. So bishop takes a5 and rook g2. Right now this pawn is hanging, so as you remember, this pawn is the last hope of white to winning. But the evaluation right now is 0.0, so the hope is died. There are a lot of ways to protect the pawn. For example, a4. It's a bad way because of b5. a5 isn't possible. This trade-off gives... Let's check one more time, because I have a question. a5, for example, rook a2, check, king c5, takes on a6, and king b4. Seems logical. As for, I don't know, bishop b1, it's not working because these pieces are so passive that king can go away, go ahead, b5, a5, all this typical idea. The only one interesting moment connected with bishop e6, protecting the pawn from this side, but it's b5, a5, b4, a4, and exchange these pawns here. Check, going ahead, bishop d5. Staying here and bordering, or not bordering, whatever. a5, a4, rook a3, maybe ahead means ahead. And right now idea with b4 and b3 is very predictable. b4, b3, b3, it's like our motto, like be free, go ahead, be strong, be smart. You know how it sounds. So in any case, right now the situation to think after the rook g2. Of course, the endgame with bishop and rook against one rook is a drawish thing. Only one position of Philidor, can give somebody victory, but it isn't possible in the human games. Because, you know, to prepare Philidor's position, there are a lot of moves, and you know the rule of 50 moves. If nothing happened for 50 moves, I mean no one pawn go ahead and no one exchanged in the board, so that's a draw. 50 moves rule. And right now I have a strong feeling that this game might unfold for hours. You know, firstly it will be the process of taking a2 pawn. Secondly, it will be the process of fighting bishop against pawn. After that, pawn will lose, and it will be a process of trying to win with a team rook and bishop against rook. So it's a long-term process, and it's a last game in the tournament. What about chances? For example, if Artemiev Vladislav wins the game without a big bishop, with 2 pawns, I don't know how, maybe it will be a phone call to Sanan Sugirov, so he will be the second. To be honest, he has a chance to be a second even in case of draw, but I'm not sure. So the final rank will show us the details of this moment. 43 minutes in white's clock. Let's check different options. For example, rook d7. What do you think about king c6? It's a blunder, because there is a fork on two pieces. So after the check from d7, you should go away on the c5. Right now pawn is continue to hanging, so it seems logical to protect it or give the next check. After the rook c7, king return and the situation repeat. So that's the reason why the only one continuation in this position. Bishop e6, b5. Going from the threat ahead, and the main idea is going, exchanging and offering a draw. So after that round, it will be more criticizing viewers who will say like, draws, why so many draws in this tournament? What else? It was a fighting draw, so it's not a draw by agreement. It's a different case, so I don't see other opportunities to everybody. Right now, in the situation is equal, as we know for last hours. So right now, maybe I should learn the Philidor's opportunities with endgames when rook and bishop fighting against one rook, and make a video lesson of that. So why not? Interesting idea, because I remember how previous time I tried to explain it and it was very hard. You know, there are some rations in pawn endgames, pawn endgames, so that's all. Resources of my brain are running out and bugs are started in the live stream. What's a horror situation. Let me make one more attempt. So, if we are learning the endgame chess theory, the hardest endgame to remember, it's an endgame with queen against the rook. So I really don't know how I will make a lesson on this topic. But as for the Philidor's position, maybe, with some braid signs in the squares of the board or something like that, it looks like an interesting idea potentially. So, the next 40 minutes can be spent with this position without changes. Oh, he threw in the air. He's ready to do something. I think it was a check. Yep, it was. So, good news that right now there is only move for the black in this position is king c5. So, the next move will be the quickest. Quickest? Whatever. Quickest means quickest, but it sounds like a name of the bird, like quickest flies in the sky, no? Of course, king c5, because king has no chance to stay here because of the double attack and extra piece. So, king c5. As for bishop e6, the main idea is easy to understand. As for rook c7, it will be... So, it's a skewer to go to the c2. So, maybe here? No. Pawn is hanging with a check. So, what was the idea? Here, rook c2, trade-off, and king c5. And king b4, and king a3, and movement of the pawns before the pawn will trade. So, obvious plan for making a draw, why not? So, that's the point why right now, after the check, the situation should repeat one more time, and bishop e6 and b5. Rook a7, king b6, protecting everything, and pawn goes ahead. Of course, it's the words of engine, not mine. Engine it agrees. Bishop e6 was in the game in this position. For example, king b6 leads to the losing of the game because of the idea with rook takes b7 or bishop d5 right now. So that's the reason why b5 is the only move in this position, and it gets everything easier to understand. So b5 it's the only move, but computer shows me the half of a pawn in white's favor. It's a question why. Rook a7, king b6, rook a8, pawns go ahead, king closer, a4, b4, I want to go b4. Check, king c5, return means return, king d3, f4, check, king is in the necessarily square right now. Maybe everything is not so easy. In any case, let's use the method of exception. What else? Instead of b5 right now, nothing. Rook e2, rook d5, check, and rook e5. So b5, if we believe the engine, it's the only move right here in this situation. Let's check it one more time. So, rook a7, king b6, it's predictable. Rook a8, rook e2, attacking the bishop. Bishop goes away, and there are no good squares for the bishop. Bishop on f7, it's unprotected for the skewer. Bishop on b3 is losing a tempo after a5 and a4. So what about bishop on g8? a5, attacking, rook e7, with an idea of blackmailing exchange of the rooks, right? Okay, for example, this is border. So king is border. That idea is continuing, but even if we will stay here, like rook e5, rook e7, it's impossible to win by the white. Okay. I want to improve the depth of the calculating of computer, because right now his evaluations didn't connect to each other when I make next move. Now the evaluation is plus 0.2. Plus 0.2 after the b5. Okay, b5, where the plus 0.3. Let's put into the space, to look at the first line. Something strange, but lead us to the 0.0. It's just the top engine moves from the computer every move. Ta-da! After the 60th move, everything should finish with the bare kings in the board. Good news for us. They found the second time control, and responsibility of this game is pressuring, so that's the reason why next 40 minutes will be not very funny moments of your life and my life, because every of player has enough time to calculate. Oh, he's ready to do something. Wow. B5, B5. Fortunately, something has happened. It's not a sarcasm, because as we see in previous games, usually time trouble, it's a typical situation for Vladislav, but today he's playing quickly. It gives us a hope, because the situation is totally equal, but it's the draw. Maybe after 5 minutes of playing, and maybe after 2 hours of playing. So okay, it's not big difference, because it's our job and all of these things, but as a human being, I want to quickest result of this moment, because it's, predictable things. For example, if king wants to go in the meeting, check. No, it's not working. King e3, a5, king d3, a4, king closer is impossible because of the check. Maybe check, king b4, closer and closer to this pawn. Right now that's a threat. So next check, king a3, and after this pawn will died, a situation becomes rook and bishop against rook, and that's a new part of our life. Yeah, till the 22nd century. So b5, b5 and b4 and b3. Being free, it's the most important thing in human's life. Are you interested of this question or not? Really, sometimes I feel lack of words in English, and time to dance. In this case, what else? b5, a5, b4, a4, b3, and everything done. Vladislav is walking around the tournament hall. Interesting things. If I were a player, I all the time would spend near the cafeteria area, because before the round I go to the second floor, to the tournament area, and it's so big table and so many food and drinks for the participants. It's unfair. No, to be honest, I have a right to go here and eat something, but it's not very polite, firstly. Secondly, the breaks before the hours, I just sit and thinking, who am I, what's happening? And it's hard just to go out from the room, find a ladder to the second floor, go up, find something. I think in the middle of my process to looking for a food, my time of break will finish, and I should return without something. Maybe it's just a scary of something, maybe it's an adequate estimation of the process. In any case, I told you maybe yesterday, maybe 100 times, who knows, that our tournament is placed in the Khanty-Mansiysk's Chess Academy. Great Chess Academy of Khanty-Mansiysk. Yep, it sounds better. So right now it's a building with great and unique architecture. It's a unique space, unique shape of the building, because it's not, square. It's these special things close to the center. So maybe it will be strange, but imagine a pumpkin, this vegetable with middle in the center. So right now imagine that the bottom of the middle is straight, and this roof, not inside, but how it's hard to explain. So maybe all my gestures explain to you it better. So like and bottom, like and bottom. So it will be easier if you just Google it, because it's very aesthetic when you look at the building. So I like it. And there are 2 floors right here. First floor for the audience, commentators, organizers team, who else? Director of the streams, all the group trainers, because right now I'm sitting at the chess room, so there are places to learning, but the second floor only for the arbiters and participants. They are going for the second floor and eating something. Maybe I'm just a hungry child who was without a breakfast because it was too early today, so I'm thinking about food and money all the time. As you realized, I'm in the first floor of, Maslow pyramid, when the different desires of human helps him to understand where this human is. So right now I'm in the first floor because I'm thinking about money and food. Perfect. So 34 minutes in the white clock. 34, it's not endless, so earlier or later we will look at the result of this game. So yep. Deep pause. Very philosophy pause. Oh, hand in the air. Something will happen. I think it was King F3. Why not? King wants to go closer to the pawn, but right now the squares is prohibited. So King decided to attack the rook, and after that he will going here, lefter and righter. Can I use it? So if I want to say that King wants to go lefter, I want to check it in my translator. He helps me sometimes. So to the left. No, the word lefter doesn't exist. Oh my god. Right now I see the computers, because it's a computer class of the academy, so a lot of students are learning here, chess of course, so special chess programs, to training for the beginners. And the portraits of the world champions in the walls, it's interesting, and the chess pieces in the walls, so it's like a picture in the walls. Interesting, to be honest. If I have some, opportunity, I will show you with a camera, but it will be strange sometimes. So, okay. What else? Air conditioner to make air colder. Rows of tables and chairs. It's a computer class to learning, don't forget. Posters of the chess tournament in the tables. Looks interesting because aesthetic. I like aesthetic. Camera, of course, and light from different sides, to see me. And today I wear a white t-shirt to be more, to be more beautiful into the picture. Yep. As for Russian language commentator Sergei Shipov, he sat in the room next door, and it's a room with museum. So interesting thing, museum with rare types of chess, with signs of world champions who was here. So our places for giving comments are unique. I feeling myself like, I feeling like speaking exam when your task is speaking for the limited period of time and you told everything that you wanted to told and your examinator asked you like, continue, and you start to tell about the details that you see right now in the moment, like, what's a good weather today? You're so good looking today. Today was earlier wake up. It sounds funny. And I'm really interested that right now right language commentators doing, because maybe it can help me somehow. But we have two great walls between us, so I hear nothing. Maybe that's a good news, because if you hear all the time someone, it will distract you without questions. But right now I feel alone in this room and the position is stayed. So as for the situation, after the king f3, the only move that computer likes right now it's a rook g6, because rook controls the 6 horizontal from these attacks of basic pawn, and after that rook is ready to go ahead. So rook g6, for example, bishop f7 and check. King of course wants to go to the meeting and these pawns go ahead too. Let's continue the variation. For example, king d3, a4. King c3 is a strange place because of before check. So let's check king c2. After rook f2, the rook d2 is prohibited because of hanging bishop. So nothing in this idea, this problem is unsolvable for the white. What else? For example, in previous move, this bishop decided to stay here. Now here is stupid, because white lost the tempo after the movement of the a pawn. So the best way to continue the game right now is rook g6. Yep. Today was an interesting story when I came up into the building. So there are a lot of people, not only the participants and arbiters and tournament staff. So there are chess trainers who are working here because it's a great chess academy in Khanty-Mansiysk. So I meet with a woman and I'm never say something, I'm just smiling. When I meet someone new, I just smiling and going next. Oh, something happened. Okay, I will finish my story later, maybe. So rook g6 was in the game, so right now rook is ready to protect the basic pawn. Yep, it was predictable. Superb. The evaluation is plus 0.1. After these some ways to save this bishop f5, bishop f7, whatever, this rook. Oh, computer said that it's time to offer an exchange of rooks, because this situation is impossible to win. This king stays on a3 and exchange the pawn, the last pawn. Sounds logical. Yep. So as for the situation, I do not know how I was going to finish this phrase. In any case, right now the exchange of rook is enough to make a draw. Hey! No, it's not a lag. It was lag in my mind because chess reacted my touches strange, and I asked him what happening, and he asked that it was my wrong button. So nothing wrong with him, only with me. A typical situation in our life. So after rook g6, this basic pawn is protected. For example, bishop d5 lead us to the draw. What else? As for woman that I meet, so he stayed, look at me, and thinking. I'm just smiling. It's my type of being in this world. And she said hello in Russian language. So I answered like hello, hello. And after that he said like, I thought that it's better to hello you in English language because you're English commentator. But to be honest, right now, my brain is working in English language sometimes in future, in the last times. But honestly, it is the second tournament then I'm giving comments in English language. So the first tournament was a month ago. It was an Asian chess club champions league. So it was the first tournament when I speaking in the English language, and right now it's the second. So in any case, the Russian language is closer to me right now, but who knows, maybe in future I will be the famous English teacher in chess, at least in YouTube. Who knows, everything is possible, maybe even for me. As you know, I can talking in English for hours, maybe sometimes with limited vocabulary, but that's enough to, explain the most important thing in chess sphere. So right now I'm doing that, so I will try to do the chess lessons in English. Maybe, why not? My skills will improve and something will change. So right now Vladislav Artemiev walking in the tournament hall. Sanan Sugirov is trying to think. Right now he has 29 minutes in the clock. Perfect process of thinking. Usually I know what to say because it's my job and I has a lot of topics to use, but right now my brain asks me like, Dasha, sorry, but it's not the situation when you will feel, comfort and calm because there are no topics to continue the discussion with myself. It can be easier if right now I would see the chat in YouTube or somewhere else, but I haven't this opportunity. So if you write something down, sorry, but I will see it only after the end of the stream. Right now this scheme is using here. So that wasn't a question of choice. It's so just, it will be so hard to put another computer here and sharing the attention between two techniques. So I tried to do it previous times when I have a phone and with a stream on YouTube. So I tried to take control on everything, like position, players, my notebook, and the comments from the chat. And after that I said, stop. My brain is not so multitasking, so it's not a good decision to, sometimes you should keep yourself. As for Lichess broadcast, there are 47 viewers right here in Lichess, so they are looking at the decisive one game to learn something or just for fun. Okay, let's concentrate to the chess. One more attempt and we will analyze the opportunities of white in this position. For example, if the bishop goes f7, we discussed it, check, a5, The plan is king b4, king a3, b4, a4, b3. Check. Goes ahead. a4 is a part of plan, and potentially this bishop is hanging and this pawn is hanging, so you should return a4. In any case, right? As for rook e7, it will be the fork. As for bishop b5, it's a strange because right now nobody tried to prevent these pawns, and king isn't free because king should protect the bishop on g4. Check, go ahead, because it's a part of the plan, as I said million times. So that's a strange choice to go away from the diagonal. From diagonal, this diagonal is important because bishop protected the basic pawn, and this pawn is the last hope of white, as I said million times. So what else? Bishop b3, a5. Rook c7, king go ahead. I don't know how to play a4. Bishop return to d5. King a3. b4. Oh, after the b4, it was a trap. Rook a7. b3 is prohibited because of the pin. And after that a takes b4, b3 isn't working. And right now the threatening is bishop b3. Okay, it was bishop f7 in the game. Honestly, I'm happy that something's happened. Happy that something happened. Sounds like a tautological, but happy happened. Maybe it's a great connection, because every word and happiness and something happens, write down with 2p in the middle of the word. So maybe if we're using the etymology, I forget the name of the science, who exploring this process of born new words, but something from air. So maybe these words connecting each other in this question. You know, happiness, it's a period of life when something happens. But no, of course, this something can be bad, neutral, or good. So it's strange, but sounds like something similar. So in any case, right now rook is hanging. So it's predictable to make a check from f6 square, right? And after that, start the idea with king, rook, and all this team. King e3, for example. King b4, going. Oh, right now the evolution is plus 0.9. Let's continue. a5, for example. Rook d3. What was the idea? Bishop d1. And I want to find the line to attack this pawn. King d2, check, interfering, going away to clear the way, a3. This move is prohibited because of the check. So we found the scheme, you know, to stay here. So, yep, this endgame is not so boring as I expect. There are a lot of different ideas to looking for chances for white. For example, it's a blockade in the third horizontal, you know, to create a border against opponent's king and controlling everything. So maybe it's possible to make quicker. King e2, a5, for example. Bishop g8. This bishop just going and attacking this bishop. For example, after king d2, bishop rook here, and in any case, for example, bishop d5. So everything is built a3 check. No, a3 check isn't working because you haven't the idea with rook d4. But the main point is an attempt to create a border against the king on the third rank. Yep, that's the situation. Maybe rook g1 goes to the draw easily. This check is a threat. King f2, king goes, rook goes. Right now my, gesture in the board like I'm drunk. Oh, rook is flying. Perfect. Good news for us. or not only for us, that I'm sober right now, but who knows, maybe it's just an illusion. So bishop f7, and it's only till the game ends. Yep. As for rook g1, the plans of rook is going here. Maybe it will be more useful than going on f6. King e2, a5, trying to create a block, a4. So a3 isn't working in this type of situation because king stays not on a5. King on c5 stays so better because there is no opportunity to make a border. He is like in the center. Right now it's a 0.0 finally. So interesting moment. Bishop f7. Time is slowly running out, so maybe after the next hour this game will be more saturated. So right now that's the moment that I can use this word, that should be used to learning new words. So saturated. Yep. But right now it's boring, at least as for me. Of course, I understand that it's a good moment, good time to analyze different variations, with these borders on the third rank, and maybe even try to find the I 100% don't know this word in English language. Try to find this regularity, but maybe I'm so tired after 5 hours that I'm not so adequate person that I want to be. So after the bishop f7, it's black's turn to think. Artemy Vladislav is thinking for 6 minutes so far. What would it be? What? So a lot of modal verbs in one sentence, 100% is wrong grammar. Right now I like these things. This picture in the back of my computer. It's a Russian language. Oh, I hope I didn't broke something. It will be very strange. And this is QR code, and I don't know it leads where it leads. Maybe to the main website of the tournament, maybe somewhere else. And as for the symbol of the tournament, can you see? For example, this small sign in the left bottom corner of the poster. It's a sign of Yugra, and you can see this sign in the center of the tournament hall. So just in the center, this rhombus with some details in the corners. So 22nd International Chess Tournament of Karpov in Russian language here, sponsors of the tournament here, and picture how two men plays chess each other. The right man, it's a typical chess player, and as you can see, there's a small chess pieces, close to him, pawn and maybe queen. And as for this person, it's not typical chess player because his clothes are unique. He has a knife here, he has a strong boots from the, animal in the legs, and what else? Special clothes. It's a Khanty-Mansiysk ancient man, and chess pieces near his hand it's this sign. It's not a rhombus, it's a square, but it's very similar. You know, the whole thing with the signs. For example, in your stream, when you look at me right now, left side with the signs of Yugra, left bottom, Yugra chess. Tables, when tables with chess boards in tournament hall, you know, these signs in the back of the tables. And right now they play different chess. So signs of Yugra, it's like a, you know, caveman, ancient man who lives in caves. So they made these pieces or something like that from the stones. And in the opening ceremony, I remember that one very clever woman told that it was not a sarcasm. I just forget her name, but she was in the scene, and she says that the chess in the Yugra region was before here. It's not the chess. It's you know, insect. I should use my translator. So sector, yeah, my attempt was right. So sector of chess was in Yugra region before the whole Yugra region. So this region hasn't a name but has a chess. Or something like that. So this symbol of the tournament shows us the ancient connections of the Yugra region with chess. So, as you can see, a lot of mottos in the posters, like big chess in Yugra, and Yugra plays chess, so that's true. As for this particular game, rook goes to g1. So, interesting, why not? We're looking for the chances with blockade on the third rank, and this idea with rook f1 is potentially keeps, so that's impossible to play something like rook d3 because of a skewer of this rank. So rook g1. And after that move, Sanan Sugirov returned to the board, and Vladislav Artemiev goes for a walk, so they do it, you know, one by one, because it's a really interesting activity right now. Going, finding some food in the second floor and return to the board. You know, then grandmasters respect each other, and that's impossible for them. For example, eat the chocolate in their table from the tournament. So if they want to eat something, they take a chocolate, go away from the table and eat, and after that returns, because some small sound may distract your opponent from the thinking, and it's unfair in this particular case. So that's better to go away from the board, you know, to eat or drink something. In the amateurs tournament, the whole situation is different, so that's not something strange that if you take something, if you eat something during the play, or even offer your opponent to chocolate, it's okay detail. But as for grandmasters, they usually go away from the board during the process of thinking of opponent. Yep. As for this position, the evaluation is 0 + 1. Maybe I should improve a depth, but not something. a5, king b4, king a3, all this stuff going ahead, and after that it looks like a draw. But, you know, the whole situation is totally risk-free for the white, so Sanan Sugirov checks his opportunities. Why not? He has an extra piece, by the way, so he has a right to do that, and that's predictable. So the process is continuing. By the way, king e3. After the rook d5, one of computers offers suggestions. So it will be king b4 going ahead, because this plan is for blacks. So everything leads to the draw. 5 hours of playing have passed, and right now it's time to take a break. Finally, joking. So, hello again. After 5 hours of streaming, I hope you got used to my style of giving comments, so right now we like relatives. But if you have just joined us, I want to remind you that we are in the last round of 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament. The 4 boards today, the 4 from 5, finish their games with a draw. And right now we know the champion of this tournament. The champion is Amin Tabatabai from Iran. He has 6 points from 9 and he is a champion. Yep, and right now it's the last game in this round in this tournament. The game is continuing. It's the game in the 5/5 last board in the last round. Lines. Yep. So as you can see, Sergei Arsenan plays white and Artemiy Vladislav plays black. White has an extra bishop, black has an extra pawn, and the purpose of white is keeping their pawn on a2 alive. Of course, in the opposite, the purpose of black is looking for a chance to exchange this pawn, because the end game with rook and the bishop against rook is the drawish thing. So right now, rook f1 was the 46 move. So, as you can guess, this time control is the second time. Yep, today will be more blunders than usual, because firstly, it's 6 hours of playing. Secondly, today round started in the early morning, 11 a.m. in local time, but 9 a.m. in Moscow time. So it was very hard for the chess players from other time areas. You know, somebody, if I remember right, when technical, give me 2 seconds to think about life, please. Maybe it makes it easier. So, in the day before the first round, it was a technical meeting when I want to cry sometimes because I forget all words in English and the problem, and my thought that I want to explain to you really isn't working. So I will do one more attempt, whatever it takes. Ooh. Yep. So the thought is, in the technical meeting, Iranian grandmaster who becomes a tournament champion later, Amin Tabatabai, said that 1 p.m. it's so early, let's do all rounds in 3 p.m. And everybody agrees with it, but there is a Armageddon opportunity in the regulations. So the last round finally decided to start in 11 a.m. So that's early for everybody, but you know, right now that's the last game. So as for this situation, right now it's a fighting between rook, bishop and pawn, and rook and 2 pawns. Right now the engine says that it was a chance to looking for something after the bishop b3. I don't know what's the purpose. For example, after the a5, bishop d1, and this bishop creates a good blockade structure like in our previous variations. Yes. So right now king has an opportunity to go closer to the flank, and after this checks, bishop goes to e2, rook stays on d3, interfere in the third rank, and potentially a3. So, but it's a game, it was king d2, so it looks like this position goes to the draw. a5 was in the game, perfect. Everything is changed. Not everything is changed. Something is changed, and it's better than nothing. For example, king c2, check from the side, right? So king should go away. Because exchange of rook right now lead us to the draw, of course. King b4, king c2, king goes to a3, and next moves of black is a4, b4, and let's check it. For example, if I stay in the place, I cannot stay in the place. You know, when the pawn will on the b3, so of course you want to take it by the bishop and keep your pawn alive. But to win the game, your king should stay on c4 in this situation. But it's impossible, because from c4, this king interfered the diagonal of the bishop. So that's the reason why after a4, b4, b3, there is a draw. Right now I started to pronounce with strong, severe accent. Strange thing. Usually I'm trying to be like, people who learn his lesson very good, but who knows? Maybe with R letter it sounds another and more interesting. Maybe it's just part of style. I don't know. I'm not sure that I want to try it in real life, but who knows. So right now there's a question. After the a5, everything leads to the draw. Yep. Right now Sinan Sugirov has 13 minutes. Vladislav Artemiev has 19 minutes. So better than nothing. Right now it will be area of time troubles, finally, and everything will go more, speed higher. Speed will higher. Something was broken, if I believe the sound. I hope nothing will kill me here. No, looks everything is entire. Okay, maybe it's just nerves, it's just maybe nerves, because tournament has a whole 9 days, but it was a day off in the middle of the tournament. In any case, but of course you did not hear that sound right here, because it's headphones with sound isolation, so you will hear only my voice, but it was something like that. So I hope everything is working right, and right now I will be alive. Yep, that was the thought. As for white, they have 11 minutes. I'm not glad to these facts from, like a human. I always want that everyone has enough time to calculate variations and all of this stuff. But as for commentator, sometimes I want to play it quickly. So they don't want to play quickly, because that's very decisive game. They want to think about chess, but I want to do this. So time is running out. Only 11 minutes in the clock. Just evil stepmother from the Disney movies with princesses. Like everything is bad. So right now you have problems in the board and problems in the clock. Ha. Maybe it's cruel sometimes, I know this, but it's part of the character, so it's impossible to change. 10 minutes of the second control. Everything will be quickly. Right now I believe I can fly. Why? Interesting. Words in my mind. It's from song, right? I believe I can fly. From what song? I hope it's a good song, because I really haven't no idea from what these words in my head. So, as for logical continuation of the process, king c2 is prohibited because of check or a4. As for, bishop b3, check, goes away, staying here. This either threat, check, go away. Right now bishop c2 is possible, but who cares if the pawn goes ahead? So there is no way to continue the game. Everything is lead to exchange. This poor guy on a2. Yep. 9 minutes. 9 minutes, but white has 19 minutes more. Maybe if we're looking at the, walking around the tournament hall, maybe Artemy Vladislav calculated everything in this position, so right now he know all his next, continuations. Maybe that's the reason why today he decides to save the time, and it's an exception of the rules, because as I said before, he usually spent all his time in the opening and has no time in the end game. But right now we have something new. Rook c7 check. A rook c7 check. Only continuation, not every continuation right now in this moment is possible, but rook b4 it's the most logical, I think, because the square of dream for the king is a3. For example, this bishop is hanging, king e2, I don't know, rook somewhere. This idea check returns. Maybe firstly a4, secondly return, or these checks from this side are threatening. So everything is under control, right? What about king d4? King d4 is a blunder. It's maxi. It's it's unlogical move, but I just wanted to check it. And right now you can see that if you want to do this, you can lose your game. Okay, check. 18 minutes in the clock. My prediction is king b4. I feel that. And the evaluation after king b4 is 0.0. Finally. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, I told the word finishly a lot of times. Finishly. By the way, I felt that something goes wrong, but finishly. And only in the second part of yesterday's stream, I opened a translator in the break and realized that the right word is finally, not finishly. So that's a big difference between these options. Okay, right now it's time to calculate everything one more time. As for check from c7, I think the main idea is rook c3 potentially. So let's play, I don't know what, bishop d5. A4, rook c3, check from f2, king d3. Everything is protected by what will be after the rook h2. Check. And the idea with b4 is very dangerous, so every variation that I check right now lead us to the draw. 17 minutes. 17 minutes, it's a huge amount of time in our life, but it's not endless. When I said this, yep. Maybe after that I should, choose this episode from the stream and show the auditory, compare and find free diversity, the episode from the start of my, fourth round, when I'm with energy and I'm talking every time something very emotional, like here and we are going to blah blah blah, and just the moment from the last round when I just looking for the board with this emotional thing like it will be funny, maybe it will be sad, I don't know. But really, the tournament was difficult for everybody, not only for participants. You know, it's a typical thing, but when you're speaking for hours using non-native language, it, of course, a pressure on the brain, and brain sometimes decides to make a stop, like, Dasha, goodbye. And if it's happened in the evening, I said, okay, let's read the fairy tales about love. Good thing. But if it happens during the chess stream, it's a problem. Yep, it is. So, as for the continuation right here, king b4. Bishop wants to go away from this threat, so let's check. No, bishop on g8 will be attacked by the rook g1. So that's the reason why I want to check. Bishop d5. And computer says that the easiest way to make a draw is attacking this bishop. a4 was possible, but after rook c3, it's strange that the evaluation is changing, because right now the depth is 31, and after the rook c3, one of the top engine moves. Computer says like, no, 0-0. Rook f2, queen d3 seems logical, rook h2 preparing the skewer from this side of the board. So rook c2, it's of course a draw. For example, what else? A3, king a5, yep. It was king b6 in the game, so king decided to go back. And what it was next? A rook e7. Before this move, rook stays on the d-file, so it's not a free-time repetition, it's just a trying to maybe interfere something. But it's strange. Let's check. No, what we want to check. After all of these ideas, rook e2 lead us to the draw. The bishop is hanging. In this case, of course, it's a draw too, but bishop is hanging firstly, so it's not working. Rook e7. Time to go ahead. Maybe it's enough. A4 is one of the options. Or check in the second horizontal, because it's interesting to attack. So king returns to c5. Yeah, really, I said that it's enough. So who knows? Maybe it will be 3 times repetition, so small chances to that, because white is trying to win the game. But what's a great difference between rook on d7 and e7, I don't know, because there are no opportunities of skewer, so what for this pendulum was, with the check and returning on the e7. So good question, I don't have an answer on that. So that's a adequate reaction to these checks, returning to the initial move and ask opponent what he want to do next. Sugirov Sanan has 8 minutes. A cameraman with a camera decided to walking for the tournament hall. It was an interesting moment in the stream. Like maybe it's the first time when I've seen how cameraman change his position in the tournament hall, because usually they make a pause and open the picture from the big cameras closer to sailing, and after that hand camera again. But right now it was and it was more interesting, to be honest, because picture is not stable, picture is changing. So it's a problem of chess. The psychological thing, then our eye wants to look at the active objects in the picture. So if something is active, for example, dog runs into the ball. Okay, it's interesting to watch, because you see the dog and your eyes changes his position. So football is more active, so they are changing their positions, and it's active thing. But it's a big problem of chess, because nobody changed nothing. So maybe that's a chance, you know, to make chess streams more active, you know, give the camera to the cameraman, and then he will walk by the tournament hall, and the picture in the stream will always be changed, you know, every second, and human eye will be interested of this moment and will, you know, focus more. But of course it affects on the factor of chess details, because it's not so interesting, you know, discuss chess things when you have a cameraman from the tournament hall with a camera who are acting. But you know, just offering, maybe sometimes it will be realized. Really, usually during the chess events, everybody tries to make a stable picture in the one place, because they think that human beings are very interested to look at the chess boards and nothing should distract him. But the point is, the most of auditory wants to, you know, common human things, with activity, with jokes, with changes, something. So I don't mean the pieces in the board. King returned to the c5 and rook e8, bishop e8, bishop g8. Okay, interesting decision. Bishop goes away from the attacking. So maybe rook g1 is the most logical continuation right here, you know, to attack these pieces next. What do you think about a4? Check, but nothing special. King b4. It is possible. It is possible, so everything is possible right now. 5 hours and half an hour have passed of the last round, the Nins won, so this tournament is difficult for everyone, but we are chess players, we should do that. Yep. The next said pause. 13 minutes in Vladislav's clock. He is thinking, because it's very scary to make a mistake in the last of the game, because the result of this game is does influence on the final rank after the Nins round. So I want to put the computer closer to me and commentating from this, you know, position of body. It will be very comfortable, but the point is, these black things from the, you know, other subjects of I don't know how it's called. I want to check, because it's a very useful word in our life. So it's wires. Okay, so these wires don't let me put the computer closer to me, so I should sit closer to the table like Homo sapiens. Okay, I will try to do that. Yep, after bishop g8, rook g1 was in this game. The top engine move, computer totally agrees this idea. Potentially, rook goes further from the king, so that's the point why this checks from the side it's potentially threatening. So king b4 right now, time to do that. And maybe king a3. King a3, computer doesn't like this move, because this blockade in the third rank is better for the white. We discussed it before. Maybe you remember this rook on the third rank and pawn on a3 potentially, and king closer. It's the only way for white to looking for chances, because that's a border to the opponent's king, and can be useful in the endgame. So that's the reason why after rook d5, computer recommends to the black playing king c5 in this position. So yep. And nothing more than perpetual check. White hasn't. For example, rook b3, a4, rook d1. But there is a check, firstly. This move is the brilliant square for the white, staying on d2. Because it's a square to interfere from the d1 and e2. So that's the reason why check is so important in this position for the black. Okay, king b6. What about king b6? King b6 is losing something after the maneuver of the bishop. Interesting. So king d4 is possible, because right now bishop is hanging, and that's the idea of making a check in the next move. So check, king e4, because after king c4 it will be a discovered attack, of course. Protecting the bishop, check, logical move, the next check. So it's very hard to protect somehow, and you should go to other side of the board, closer to the rook. King e3 with the idea of checkmate. Here. No, it's not the first sequence of move leading us to the draw. I wanted to find something like that, but no. This variation right now doesn't exist. Potentially maybe. But right now this hard endgame is continuing. So king d4 is an interesting idea. King b4 is so easy right now, so maybe that's time to use it. King b4, bishop, I don't know, e6 for example, trying to attack in the basic pawn, a4, bishop d7, and checks. Because this bishop hasn't the right to go in away from the diagonal. After the bishop d7 or something like that, that will be a skewer from the second horizontal, and the pawn on a2 will die. It's so interesting. When you close your headphones and continue to speaking with the same volume, your sound is changing. After the rook e5, it was king d6 move, attacking the rook. Rook returned, and king, I think, too. Maybe it's time to make a check. Computer think that this check is very useful in our life, because this square is the best one for the king, to using these chances with interfering on it or something like that. But I have a question. Just king c5, why not? So that's not a repetition of position. No. The repetition wasn't, am I right? So rook e8. No, that's not a repetition of situation. So after the bishop b3, the only one thing that it's very important here is a check, because every other moves except of check lets the whites do this maneuver, and after that it's make defense harder. But with this check, everything is easier. For example, king c3 before check, king d3, a4, just sacrifice the pawn, because if you take this a2 guy, the situation will be drawish. Yep. So Sanan Sugirov has 5 minutes in the clock right now. He is looking for chances, but there is no enough time. I don't know, that's the main business right now, it's time, because the situation is equal. totally equal, and it was really impossible to calculate from the situation when Vladislav decided to sacrifice the bishop. If I understand everything right, it was this situation before the f5, because right now, of course, there are different decisions connected with I don't know, bishop, d8, to prepare this skewer. But he decided to sacrifice the piece in the end of this variation and estimate the end game like a drawish, and I don't know, it was a coincidence or it was a great calculation, something of that. So right now this position stays in the board. So 4 minutes. Time is running out. Vladislav has 10 minutes, and without sarcasm and jokes, today the first day when he has enough time more than his opponent. So, what will be next? Computer calculated in the depth 36, it means that it's 18 moves ahead. Yep, you have seen my problems with the math, because right now I tried to 36 divide 2 equals what? It was a task for me. I spent like 3 seconds, maybe more, to calculate this, high math. Our life is difficult. What we want to do with that fact, I don't know. In any case, 2 minutes in the Sanan's clock. 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and he made a check, if I am right. Yep. Check from e5. So, second time repetition. The first time repetition was after 51st move. After that, king returned, so the next check. Of course, it can be a way to add the time increment, but I'm not sure. Right now, 20% of 100, that it will be a 3 times repetition. No, he is calculating so seriously. No, it will not. After the king d6, rook e5, e8, king c5, rook e5. Let's upgrade this variation. So, yep. It's a second time repetition, so maybe we returned. Everything is okay here. I'm sure, because I have an engine. And everything is clear for you during the whole chess tournament. Good tool to make your life easier. Look at the chess players. They're trying, they're thinking, they're doing by themselves everything. Look at me. I'm happy and I'm relaxed because I have an engine. So the choice is obvious. Yep. So king d6 is totally enough for this situation. So good variations to choose it. As for other opportunities, with king b4 and king d4, everything is good, but it's very useful to check it one more time, because after 5 hours and 45 minutes, sometimes our brain shows us strange things. Stranger things. Yep. So, as you can see, sometimes strong chess players made a pauses and looking at the sign of figura and maybe something else. It's a really important thing. If you are tired and you should continue your very important activity, it's one of the best ideas to focus your attention on something else except of your business. And after some seconds, with a fresh air, with a fresh sight of your eyes, your brain will be ready to continue. Point. So, King d6, it's good. Everything is right. Only King b6 looking strange right now because of Bishop d5 and controlling this square. So the best decision for this situation is repetition the previous things, because right now everything is working correctly. So I vote for the King d6. Yes, of course I understand everything, that it's the last game, the moment is very decisive because everything leads to the right result, but yep, 6 minutes. You know, like we are preparing, you know, a rocket to the space. 6, 5, and everything is tension, is tense. No, it's just a chess play. So, and this position was in the game 2 moves ago, and it was a right decision connected with King d6. So that's the time to repeat it one more time. That's all. So, I just interested how much criticism will be after the finish of the tournament, because really a lot of rounds finished with the draws, 5 draws from 5 boards. I don't know how somebody may change it, because you know, games among top-level grandmasters, it's interesting thing, but a lot of draws, really, it's not a tradition. It's just how it works. So 5 minutes. 5 minutes against 3 minutes. The second control is running out. But of course, they have a 30 times increment after every move, so everything is under control. 4 minutes. One of my eyes all the time looking at the clocks, because yep, it's a sign of the quickest game. Yeah, I like Blitz. You know that. I like Rapid too. I like Classic. I like all the chess. So that's no big difference. But when you give me comments about, you know, quickest time controls, it's usually you have a chance to show more emotions, because right now there is a few moments in the classic games when it's comfortable, when it's convenient, you know, to show emotions, because really everything is so slowly. But that's tradition. Chess is a very slow game, maybe the slowest one. But you know, there is a sort of chess with moves in letters. I don't know how it's called in English, but the point is the opponents do not see each other. They just using mail or messages in social media or something like that. So it was something different, right? It was King d4. It's a draw too, but for what? For what purpose? Maybe that's the point. So right now 2 pieces are hanging. So rook d5, it's logical thing. King e4, and right now bishop is hanging. After bishop f7 or bishop e6, it will be a check, and that's all. But what do you think about rook d8 with protecting this bishop? Check. Difficult, but it's working. 2 minutes in White's clock. Now we are closer and we are getting closer to the time trouble things for the boss opponents. Maybe king d6 was easier to fix the draw, but who knows. So king d4, rook d5 check. So of course king c4 is prohibited because of discovered attack here. That's the reason why king e4 is only move in this position. Rook d8. Yep, rook d8. Open the line for the bishop to control this pawn. Rook g2. The only move, the only logical one. So rook wants to make a check from these horizontals. And I want to ask, for example, king c3, rook g3. So king haven't spaces to save him. Got it? And after the king e1, in some variations will be king e3. Maybe it's really easier. What will be after the what will be after the interfering by the rook? Is it possible to exchanging here? Bishop is hanging. Bishop is hanging. Dasha, don't forget about bishop, please. King d1 was in the game. So the next check is predictable, I think, because what else? Right or not right? So king d1, it was 56 move. Check from g1, everything is good. King e4, e2, check, king f1, rook h2, king g1, rook b2. So king c2 in the other side, in the other direction. Maybe there is some idea here. King decides to go where? c1. What's the plan? Nowhere is possible to interfere by the rook. Nowhere is possible to stay on a3 because of the check. So, what do you want to do? It's easy to offer a draw if you want to the draw. As for c3, it's a check from this horizontal, so maybe something else. King a3 and bishop b3, I don't know, no, a4, it looks strange. King a3. So it was a 60th move. That's the reason why they take new papers. King returns to the b2. Check. So for what was this maneuver? Maybe it's just type to yeah. It is their last time control. So that was a maneuver to add more time for time increment, maybe. That was the point. So, yep. The game is continuing, the check is continuing. As for king c2, fine fact, after the king b2 it will be the third time repetition. c2, it's a second time repetition after the check. But really, the thoughts about winning this game are continuing, right? Otherwise, he will offer the draw. What else? Of course, he is trying to add the new portion of time. Yep, and he used all the squares by the king only 2 times. So king d1, that will be a second time repetition. As for c2, 2 times. King c1, 1 time. King b2, 2 times. Interesting fact, really. I like this idea. King e2. These maneuvers with all this snake of the king gives white 3 minutes more. So why not? Why not? King e1. Right now, the only move for the black to keep the equality is king e3 with a checkmate threat. Because after the check from e8, this king has a chance to go to the queen side. Yep, that's the point. So king e3, that's a threat. So after king f1, it will be what? Here or here, whatever. This bishop hasn't another moves. This rook should stay here to border the king, and rook from b2 is ready to help the pieces going straight. So everything is under control, right? As for this idea with check, and after that rook b1, it's worse because right now bishop should not protect the pawn on a2, so better to stay here. What about rook b2? Check from this side, and rook d3, okay. And rook d2, that's the idea. So rook on e3 is a very important piece to prevent the interfering on the second line. Got it. So king e3. King e3, the last decision in this game, leading to the draw. Maybe not the last, I'm not sure, but it seems like a last questionable moment, and that it's easy to make a mistake. And after that, after the king e3, it will be a draw. So whatever will be, will be. No futures, not ours to see. Que sera, sera. In any case, this rook wants to go here. So it's last time then we have a chance to prevent these rook d2 ideas. So after the king e3, I think it will be a forced draw. I really don't know about the break in this moment right now. We'll look at that. After the king e3, everything should be quickly. In the worst case, I will drink a water during on the camera, so I hope you will not be against this interesting activity. So 6 hours have passed, and everything should go to the finish. 66 move. Yep, it was king e3 in the game. So everything is right. 0.0 in any case. As I said a lot of times in this tournament, I like the phrase equal but equal dot equal. Okay. 5 minutes. 5 minutes in white's clock. My prediction is king f1 and rook b2 after that. This idea is prohibited. King cannot go here, so after some moves it will be a check. No, it's a losing of bishop. a4, b4, b3. Why not? So king d1. Haha, right now you should be careful, because this check gives a hard position. Now I think this game will continue for half of an hour, so I suggest you to make finally a break. So if something have changed quicker, then my break will finish. I will return in the same moment, because I'm ready to return if something happens. But schedule is schedule, so let's do as usual 10 minutes. If something will be wrong, I will return quickly. I'm ready to continue the discussion about this final of the game, and right now everything is going to the new record. As you remember, or you are not, our record in this tournament is 6 hours and 25 minutes. So right now is 6 hours and 10 minutes, so 15 minutes more and it will be a new record, 16 minutes more. As for the position, right now, after the king e3, white response, king, different button. After the king e3, white response king d1 right here, so avoiding a checkmate in one. b4, after the long time of thinking, Vladislav Artemiev made the b4 move. You know, the idea is typical. a4 and b3. So bishop d5, rook h2, bishop c4, a4. Finally, this idea with exchanging these pieces are in the board, and it's really hard to do something with that. So rook d3, for example. Yep, it was in the game. Rook, the main thing is not going on f2 because of this skewer. Yep, rook e4 makes a draw, because b3 will be in the next move in any case. The last pawn here. So rook d2, is it possible to trade-offs? I want to reload the page because right now I haven't an opportunity to take the pieces. So it will be a... No, I haven't the opportunity to take in the pieces in the board. It's a bad news for us. So let's check it. Takes, king d4, bishop goes away, and king is close, so... And right now there is only... So that's so easier to going away from this idea with a, I don't know, rook h3 or rook h1 and play b3 in the next move. So, what's the problem? Maybe something is... Maybe some button, maybe something else? You know this stuff. It's a problem of caps lock. So if you take a caps lock, so yep, this variation is winning for the white. Because after b3 will be a3 and the pawn is promoting potentially. So rook d2, time to check, maybe. And b3. Bishop b3, a take b3, e, and rook h8 to the forehead attack. This position was in Sergei Arsenal's game in this tournament, so I remember that type of defense, you know, attacking this pawn in the forehead. It's a name of the way to the safe game. Rook h3 was here preparing the b3 thing. So, what it was? Bishop d5 check. It's a 70-second move. Rook king e3, it's the best variation. I don't know why. Where is the difference? For example, after king e5, king c1, b3, a3, and everything is good for white. But after the king e3, this variation isn't possible, because in the end king e5 was in the game. It's more natural but harder to protect after the king c1. Okay, so 12 minutes before the record for this particular moment, I count everything, and it was our question. Will be at least one game with 7 hours of playing in this tournament. And right now the longest game has 6 hours and a half. But maybe today will be the record. I'm ready for everything. That's my job, so why not? 34 seconds in white's clock. King c1, if I understand it right. Yep. And right now it's a new problems for the black, because that's nowhere forced variation. Your rook on a3 will be, after the rook a3, white has an opportunity with king b3, b2. That's the reason why b3 is prohibited. So, and that's why this move is so powerful, because rook a3 doesn't working. The evaluation is growing up, and right now it's plus 1.8 after the bishop g2. I don't know for what's mean, because as for me it's easier, but the idea of pin. So computer suggests us to go away by the bishop from the d file. 2 extra pawns in white's favor. Only one move decides everything, but of course the game is continuing, and we will look how the capitalization will be possible in this position. So the main idea of white is taking the both pieces here, and after that promoting the edge pawn into the queen. 4, 3, 2. How hard? 31 seconds in Artemiev Vladislav's clock. It's really very nervous thing when we're speaking about the last game of last round of the very important tournament. Rook h3. He is so calm. Bishop d1 wasn't the strongest move right here. Computer says that after bishop g4 the evaluation is plus 2.2. I heard the very, loud voice from the room next door. That means that not only me commenting these ideas. So, yep. Rook h1, b3 right here. So a3. It was a predictable. What else? White's trying to play for a victory. And rook h1 right here. So rook h1 and king f4. The only idea to fix the draw. Maybe it will be more clear for us when we will see this game, this variation in the game. So what's happening? For example, if king wants to go to these pawns, it will be king e3. Rook goes away, and king goes away. So king b4 is prohibited because of b2 idea. Very unclear, very interesting. But after the a3 move, it was king e4, and that's a big difference right here, because after rook h1 it's an equality, but after king e4 it's a great advantage of white. Yeah. So I hear a screaming near me. So, yep. That's a very emotional moment, because every wrong move turns the tables at all, and it's very hard to keep the concentrate during the game, because 6 hours and 20 minutes have passed, and it's a last round, and today round started in the morning, so everything right now gives a collapse. Okay, king goes to b2, king e3 going ahead, check from e2. So computer says that the situation is totally losing for the black at all. So plus 4 pawns right now in white's favor. It was a question on one move, and it was 2 times. So yep. Very nervous to look at the board. So that's the strengths of the sport. Check from e2. King d4, right? So right now I'm looking at the angles of the hand in the board, and I realized what move was in this particular case. So king d4, and as for next ideas, computer said that it's time to find the target, because right now the exchange of rooks leads to the losing pawn endgame for the black. So they haven't the right to do that. Rook f2. Worse than g2, because right now rook has a chance to do something. Or not. I don't know. So 12 seconds. Rook c5, if I understand it right. So rook is going to protect the pawn. Yep. 4.5 in white's favor right now. Everyone is in shocked situation, so it's hard to say something adequate. Yep. So the game decisive position was here. You know, after the rook h1, I don't know how it works, so don't ask me, please. King b2, king f4, and these ideas are enough. As for the other sequence of moves like this, nothing is working. So rook attacking the bishop is attacking the rook. Rook goes away to the d3. They are playing very quickly. 1 minute, so bishop h5, going away from potentially weak square. Okay, the idea of white is bishop e8 and rook f4 to eat the basic pawn. After this process, it will be pawn, bishop and rook, and a long process of capitalization, maybe. So rook goes to e3, preventing bishop e8 in many variations, because it's a comfortable place to control this square. But right now the evaluation is +5 points in white's favor. Rook goes ahead. Rook f4 with attacking this pawn. After the king b5, it will be just a maneuver of the bishop somehow, maybe after the bishop g6. That's a Zugzwang for the black, because there hasn't another square for the rook to protect all these squares in the same time. That's a computer idea. 26 seconds in the clock. Oh, how hard to play it, I cannot imagine. So rook f4, rook h3. What will be after the bishop e8? It will be a perpetual check from this side, so good trap, good trap. I don't know how it works. Check goes away. So maybe it's better when bishop control the one of these light squares, you know, to avoiding problems connected with perpetual check. 1 minute in the clock. It was a goal for bishop, but this move leads to the forced draw immediately. So that's so better to play bishop g6. So what will be after the check? King c3. What will after the next check? Bishop d3. Time to... After the rook h3, it was rook takes a4. This bishop is prohibited by the idea of skewer. Something has changed. After the bishop b5, there is idea with a check or bishop e8, so that's not a problem. And this pawn chain has lost. Check from h2, bishop takes, or king takes the next check. And that's not so hard to go away from the checks. For example, go into the d2 and interfere here. Yep. So right now we made a new record. So 6 hours and 25 minutes. But right now the game has decided. Yep. Check. King c3. The next check is king d2, and white is ready to interfere from the checks. And that's the period with promoting this pawn will started. I'm not sure, maybe they will finish the game before this process. Maybe they decide to continue till the end, who knows. It's a long game and a complicated one, and it's the last round and the last board, so maybe there is a sense to continue game till the end. There's some calm. Really, maybe I would be very nervous, like, what's happening? How? It's unfair. It was a very long game, but they know. They drinking water and continue to think. I respect it. So, in the corridor we have electronic screens with positions from the board in the second floor. So right now I listen to the noise, from the last half of an hour. So it's a really nervous thing for everyone who are working here, for guests, for audience, for all staff, Yep. So, plus 6, 10, 2. The evaluation right here. King d2, 24 last seconds. Hard to do something. Everyone is very tired for this moment. But chess is chess. It requires energy. Check from h2, and bishop interfered in the e2. So right now it's a long process of capitalization, the extra pawn in the a file. King b6 goes closer to the corner, maybe looking for some chances, because as for turning the tables, the evaluation in this game was changed so much times, so that's hard to imagine. Rook e4 protecting the bishop to make the king free and start to go ahead. Computer saw that right now rook e6 goes to the forced checkmate or something like that. Let's check. Rook e6, king a4 is the only move, king c3 with the idea of checkmate. Check and bishop d3. King c3 was in the game, it's a good variation too. 10 extra pawns, check, bishop d3, I'm sure. 91st move right here in the board. So the idea with rook e6 and rook a6 is a threat, so maybe rook should go away or king b6, one of these options. What will be? So right now rook h6, I think. Rook h5. It will be a, exchange of rooks after this maneuver. Rook f4 is the idea of trading here. Hard to play, of course, I understand everything. This checkmate is useful. Checkmate in 6 after rook f6, but nobody nobody sees it. It's explainable thing because this position is winning by a lot of ways, and it's part of chess player's life. If you see some way to capitalize your advantage, so you just take and go using all this way without something. But if it's a draw, it would be very sad for the white because they has a chance to take checkmate in 6 with the scheme of rook's maneuver. So check, the next check, and pawn is ready to go ahead. Yep. Right now, black resigned, and the last game finished. So, the result is not very good for Artemy Vladislav, because before this round he has second place, and draw maybe gives him a second place, but he lose, and right now he goes to the, second half of tournament. So right now, after the last round of the 22nd Karpov International Chess Tournament, the first place is taken by Amin Tabatabai. As for the second place, is sharing between Nesterov Arseny, Tatvani Raunak, Malakhov Vladimir, Marjosyan Ike, Vallejo Pons Francisco, and Sugirov Sanan, who winning the last game. As for coefficients, before this game, the perfect one was of Nesterov Arseny. What will be after the last rank? I don't know, so chess results will help you in this question. As for the other places, the places from 8 to 10 were shared between Artemy Vladislav, Vahidov Shamsidin, and Shan Sargsyan. So that's the point. Thank you for being here. I hope that it was interesting for you, and maybe sometime, in some day, we will meet again. But right now, that's the end. Thank you.
Карпов защищался.
да,
Это
игра.
спорт, да, бывает. Тяжелая
Конечно,
партия.
что сразу было понятно, что тяжелый с этими пешками. По-моему,
держу там,
давайте таблички первый стол ставим. Будет второй, третий матч. Часы кто, Сергей ставит? Или мы?
Я думаю, что мы, 3
Мы, да?
плюс 2,
3
правильно?
плюс 2, не здесь. Вот два стола. Второй, третий.
Второй, третий.
И туда этот...
Мы с Сергеем договаривались первый, второй.
ну вот уже изменили.
Уже изменили.
Уже телевидение по этот самый. Итак, стол номер 2. Мистер Белый, Матиасян Черный.
Нестер Белыми.
Да, мистер Белый, Матиасян Черный. Бутылки убираем. Мистер Белый, Матиасян Черный. Второй Малахов белая, Равнак черный.
Так, сейчас только флажки.
Малахов.
И
индейцы.
есть Наташа? Да. Так, флажки еще столько.
Это просто на свободе.
Свободно. Абсолютно все свободно.
Малахов белый, да. Что, приглашаем? Все, готово. Я слышу. Сергей, у вас все готово? Когда мы зовем?
3 плюс 2 контроль, правильно?
3 плюс
Не 5
3 плюс 2.
Так. Ну что, давайте все-таки позаписываем.
Да, я думаю, надо записать.
Давайте по одному человеку, берите по бланку. Есть планшетка? У Александра планшетка. Возьмите.
Есть у нас планшет?
Есть, да? Пожалуйста, тогда.
Я думал, тот сложный.
Успеете? Покажи.
По одному?
Да.
В крайнем
Должны.
случае.
Ну, видео будет, трансляция, видео будет. Да.
Работать, я думаю, что вы будете записывать.
Стул ставить?
Нет, стой, не успеть все. Не успеть.
Да, история, я помню, как играл. Я
Да вы не
Владик
успевали
Арсеньев,
вдвоем.
да. Особенно в конце, Свет. Они там начинают. Наташа.
А я люблю записывать лицо.
Не, просто я помню, как я Света. Я помню, как я записывал. У меня по памяти.
Сейчас, подождите, я попрошу еще вы этот будет.
Роман, да я и с ними не увижу уже.
of blitz.
Рядом с вашей доской стоит арбитр, который будет вести запись.
Next to your board is standing the arbiter who will sign to your moves.
Таким образом, будет адекватное наблюдение.
So it will be adequate watching.
Это значит, что вы имеете право требовать фиксирования ничьей по правилам 50 ходов.
It means that you can say about the draw in 50 moves.
В этом случае делается первое заявление арбитру с просьбой считать ходы.
And you ask arbiter to ask the moves.
Также вы сами про себя ведете подсчет ходов
And you also count your moves yourself.
и делаете второе заявление, когда, по вашему мнению, 50 ходов сделано.
And then you announced to arbiter when you made 50 moves.
Также вы можете требовать троекратное повторение позиции.
So also you can also ask say about the 3 times move.
И судья, опираясь на запись, может также фиксировать троекратное повторение позиции.
And the arbiter also can see these 3 moves.
Также будет вестись видеотрансляция,
And will be video translation.
поэтому при случае мы можем обратиться к видеотрансляции. Такое на моей практике уже было.
If it will be some questions, we can also see the broadcasting.
Обращался один из экс-чемпионов мира.
One time in my practice, it was such a situation.
Штрафы в блице равны 1 минуте.
Penalties in blitz equal to 1 minute.
К штрафам относятся невозможные ходы,
Penalty it is not possible moves.
если при этом были переключены часы.
If the clock was changed in this position.
Также обращаю ваше внимание, что необходимо переключать часы только когда ваши фигуры правильно стоят на местах.
Also, I pay you attention that you can move the pieces only when your clock is switched.
Если у вас упала фигура, прежде чем переключить часы, нужно поправить ее, поставить на место.
If your pieces fall down before this start the clock, you could move and put the piece in the right way.
Первый раз в таком случае так как идет игра за время соперника в этом случае, это серьезное нарушение.
Because it is the play according the time of the opponent.
В первый раз мы будем добавлять сопернику время.
First time we will add the time to the opponent.
Второй раз мы будем ставить поражение.
Second time we will say about the problem.
Понятны ли эти условия игрокам?
If you understand these rules.
Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you for
Начало нашего соревнования. Всем удачи.
competition. Good luck to everyone.
So, in previous time, I said goodbye to you, but it was too early, because right now it's time to Armageddons. A lot of players share the second and the third place, so it's time to play Blitz to understand who will have the prizes. So right now we have two pairs who play at each other. The first pair is Aik Maturasyan with Nesterov Arseny, and the next pair is Ronak Sadhuani and Malachov Vladimir. I told you that I want to give any comments about Blitz very quickly this game, and right now dreams come true. So let's check. The first board, I want to open my engine in this time. So Nestor Arseny plays white and Aik Martirosyan plays black. If I understand everything right, after this game they will play the next game with other color. So it's a variation of Queen's Pawn game, London System. London System is more common name than Queen's Pawn game in any case. The idea of knight h4, if I understand this correctly, to play g4 with trade-off on g6, but after that everyone returned. The evaluation is 0.0. a4 is prevention of b pawn ahead. So right now it's a very equal opening. As for the game of the second pair, right now Malakhov Vladimir plays white and Rounaksat Khwani plays black. So as we see, it was a Sukir-Tort opening with a delay of d4 move, so takes d4. It was as one or two of classical games. And right here, Isolani on d5. So what's happening here? h3 and knight b5. Typical maneuver to block this pawn on the d4. And knight e4 trying to use this Isolani because Isolani usually gives the outpost for the central knights. So knight d4 here. It's a positional play, and in my thought, as for me, the position of white is better, so I would play by white. I think Malakhov Vladimir has better position than his opponent Rounaksat Khwani. As for the first game, right now it's a Carlsbad structure, and the knight in the d3 is a very strong piece. As you know, this Carlsbad structure, the d3 and d6, is the best way for the knights. So right now it looks like a draw. You know, the Carlsbad structure is a very solid and reliable system, so I don't know what you can imagine here. After the b6, 5, knight d6, everything is under control. I want to remind you that Armageddon is playing with the time control 3 minutes and 2 seconds increment after every move. So right now everything will be quick. As for the second board, after the knight e4, it was a block on d4 and bishop d3 with a threat of taking it somehow. Computer is sure that the better way was play bishop g4 with a trade-off here, queen g4 and potentially knight f5, because g7 pawn isn't interesting for the bishop, for the knight and for the queen. But whatever, bishop d3 is more common idea with trade-off here, and queen goes to h5. Malakhov Vladimir has an advantage here, at least as computer says, because this is very dangerous things. Right now bishop is hanging because queen and rook attacking him, so this trade-off is the only one way for the black. Yep. And after the bishop d4, we look in the middle game with different color bishops. This pawn is protected by 3 pieces, and it's obvious plan to double the pawn on the c-file, so everything is good for the white, especially pawn structure. As for this round, Nestor Arseny plays white with Aik Martirosyan, as I said before, and right now the evaluation is 0, but in some variations it is in the black's favor right now because it's a negative pieces. Good rooks on the semi-opened file. This pawn is backward, so you should be very careful. Computer says that the knight c5, that's the best move in this position, so everything is right. What will be? Whatever. So b3, it's a discovered threat of rooks, so nobody sacrifice nothing. And right now it's time to... Computer says that its interesting version for the black is sacrifice material here, and after that trying to promote this pawn and attacking this weakness, but after queen knight d6 the whole situation is okay for white, especially after knight b7, because it's a tactical shot. Knight b7 is a great blunder of Aik Martirosyan, because right now this rook hasn't enough places to escape. After the rook b6 it will be a check from this side, and after rook b4 it will be a fork from the a6. So what's a great problem of black, computer says that the top engine move right here is knight c5 with the sacrifice of material, but it's very hard to decide. But what else? 30 seconds in Ike Martirosyan's clock. Let's check the second board. What's happening here? Oh, this attack is heating up after the trade-off. It's getting more dangerous with every move. This rook was ready to help in the king side, so rook e5 with a skewer, and rook b5 was a way to save every position. You know, this pin back. But after the queen d6, rook g5 was decisive move. But in any case, after the trade-off and g6, that's time to win the game. Computer says that the perfect idea is bishop b2 or something like that, you know, to open a line for the... it was bishop b2 is the game, yep. This rook is protected by queen, so everything is under control of white. Time, about a time, 30 seconds for white. Oh, what's happening here? After the winning of material, in this fork, it's a game between Nestor Forseni and Ike Martirosyan. So white has an extra material and black has 3 seconds. I remind you that we are talking about blitz game, only 2 seconds increment. So e4, pawn goes ahead, queen a1, perfect move with the idea of checkmate, g6, and rook a1 with a trade-off here. So computer says that the evaluation is +6 points. So in white's favor, trade-off here, and rook a3, preparing to the pin. So black resigned, so this game was finished with Nestor Forseni's victory. As for this rook endgame, Malakov Vladimir has better pawn structure than his opponent, Sathwani Raunak. So rook attacks this pawn. Every pawns are weaknesses. c4 is an attempt of sacrifice something. So 6 seconds. What it was? Give, please. Slowly, slowly. So after the c4, it was rook takes, e4, takes, and b4, keeping this pawn alive. And now it will be a process of realization. So exchange on a5, and right now it will be a fight. You know, 4 pawns against 3 points. It may be not so easy. Computer says that the evaluation is +0.5 point. So it was a better idea with h4. I don't know how it works, so don't ask, please. Check from this side, king f3, and right now black has a great chance to save the position. Who knows how it will be? Everyone has an time increment only 2 seconds, so you should think and make a move, you know, for 2 seconds, and it influence on your price, you know, with hundreds of thousands of rubles. So white create a pawn structure, check, king goes ahead. Maybe that's a very interesting moment in the chess when you are playing by seconds for hundreds of thousands, or maybe more. Rook d6, so scary. Like a blockade of black, so they created this thing right now, and Malakov Vladimir is looking for a chance to break this wall somehow. Computer says that right now is a comfortable moment to play g4, because g4 helps him very much. This pawn is hanging, and after the trade-off it will be h5, and after that king takes g4, going ahead. But okay, after the bishop b6, so rooks staying here, it's a maneuvers of rooks. The purpose of these moves is time increment. Of course, you want to collect your time bonus to have more time to calculate so much 2 in 1 sentence. I'm in shock. So in any case, king returned to the f2, rook a1, so right now the evaluation closer to equal. So rook b7, check. It's hard to find something because you should control this pawn, it's like a perpetual check, but no, king h3. Computer shows me the 0.1, that means the draw. Right here in this situation, rook e7, preparing maybe some ideas, because promoting a pass pawn is interesting, but after e5, these ideas isn't working because black's king is close. So e5, for example, takes by the rook, takes, and king is enough close. So g4, for example, king has a route to go from this side. g4 takes here, e5, trying to create a passed pawn, e6. Interesting, but after the h5, black will have the protected passed pawn, so it's very, dangerous for him. King goes to h5, farther from checks, rook e5, so check and return, like free-time repetition, e7, pawn is closer and closer to the edge of the board, 0.0 the evaluation, because after the check it will be check from e3, so king g2, maybe time to make a check. Of course, king h4 was enough, but it's a draw in any case right now, so that was a very saturated. Oh, right now, stop, what it was? Takes, and king f2 was the only idea to keep the game. I don't know how it works, but after rook h8 that was in the game, it was check, rook takes e7, and this rook endgame is totally lost by the white because they haven't an opportunity to make a checks from this side. It was rook a1 protecting from the checkmate, so this position in the board right now. Rook f2, but it cannot help because of idea with g3 and g4. So Raunak Sathwani win this game, and it was very saturated because all the game, can you remember this rook endgame with extra pawn of white? So Malakov Vladimir feel upset right now, I think, because it's very intense thing. Very. So the first round of tie breaks finished right now. Nestor Farseni wins his game and Raunak Sathwani wins his game by black in the rook endgame without a pawn. So it was a nonsense, but it was. So after some seconds we will have the second part of this players. I think I need to find tie break 2, but right now Lichess didn't show me. I want to reload the page. So where are our next games? I want to find it. I want to know who will be the champion of these games, but it's really. Can you imagine how you feel yourself after this game? Winning this position by black, or losing that position by white. So that's so emotional thing. I was surprised, but me, even a commentator, is surprised. So that means something. Yep. A short break between the games because every player should have enough time to relax between the games, but not more than 5 minutes, if I understand right. So it should be the next. After the tie break 1, it should be tie break 2, if I understand right, the place of the next games. So where? Show me, say me, how it's working. Right now, as you can see, everybody go away from the tournament hall, or maybe my eyes is not so good. I should have glasses for these moments, but okay. So, tie break 1. Let's look at the games one more time, to learn these lessons, because it's better to learn of experience of another person. It's very painful to lose this type of position. As for, king g2, king h3, rook e7, equal. But that's the first blunder, because white blundered their pawn, and right now it's the best way, just staying by f5, maybe to prevent this idea with opponent's movement. But it's always interesting to win the game, especially in this tournament when there are great prizes for everyone. So it was a second blunder in a straight, and the game was finished with losing. I want to ask Why here, after the king takes h4, the only one idea for the white is queen is king f2? How it works? I don't know. g3, king f3, h5, king g2, check, king f1, going to protect, and king g2. So, for example, right now, after the, I don't know, rook a, you can see that, and everybody return to the tournament hall, if I am right. So they are sitting in the places, they are ready to start the new round, and where this new round in the lichess, tie break 2 here. Perfect. So let's look at the games. The pairs are changed right now because for person who pretend, who have enough points to, maybe they have equal coefficient, maybe that's the point. Okay, right now in the second rank, so I need to find my pen, to write down these results, to make it clear for myself firstly and for you too. So let's do it. As for the first round, it will be the three rounds of blitz. So Nestor Arseny, Malakhov Vladimir, Raunak Sathwani, and Aik Martirosyan. So after the first round, Arseny Nesterov has a point and Raunak Sathwani has a point, Vladimir Malakhov has a 0, and Aik Martirosyan has a 0. So I will write it down, to keep easier. Okay, I reopen this page and I'm ready to the second round of the tie break. So let's look at that. It will be very interesting. Of course, in the previous game, Raunak Sathwani has a surprise of the fate, and in the opposite, Malakhov Vladimir was very upset, I think, but it's 2 games ahead, so it's time to concentrate. As for the game between Aik Martirosyan and Raunak Sathwani, it's an Indian defense Seiravan attack. It's called Seiravan attack. Maybe you heard about Seiravan, who is a famous author of chess books. Very close to opening, not very close to opening, but after c6, it's a semi-Slav triangle, so typical thing, and reliable and solid pawn structure, my favorite words. As for game between Nestor Arseny and Malakhov Vladimir, that's Slav defense. Yep, they preferred, d4, c4. Nobody plays e4 in this type of games. Why? I don't know, because usually in tie breaks, in the short periods of plays, everybody like to use gambits, trap your opponent. So, rook c2, the main idea is maybe line up a battery on the c file. I don't know what's the main idea. Maybe b4 and this flexible state of the major pieces of white, to create battery in some flank. Okay, maybe queen e2. So that certainly was a clearance for the rook c1. Okay, I think the next idea is knight a4. No, it was my mistake. Okay, fortunately that I'm not playing blitz with them. I'm just looking from the side, so knight a4 is a blunder, of course. As for plans for computer is knight d2, b4, knight b3, and knight c5. So typical thing. For black, the same idea. As for the second board, or the first, I don't know about a number, Aik Martirosyan plays with Raunak Sathwani, and Raunak is trying to create a pawn offensive attack in the king side. So, can you see that? After the queen a1, it's a draw in this game, so let's write it down. Malakhov Vladimir and Nestor Arseny ends with draw. Maybe, why not? So, the previous game of Vladimir was very hard and complicated and sad, so maybe that's a rule of fair play. I don't know. Looks like that. As for this game, between Ronak Sathwani and Ike Martirosyan. It's a blitz, so no time to think. Computer said that the evaluation right here is plus 1.2, so that means that white have an advantage. This pawn chain in the king side looks interesting, but right now what? Right now all the center is broken. So knight on c5, c4, it's a good strong piece. As for other ideas, king g2 and h-file is ready for the major pieces of white. So yep, everything is good for him. After the trade-off on f4, it will be one extra pawn, so a takes f4, and this pawn is very weakness. Is very weakness is a strange phrase, but okay. So knight goes to b5, c7 is an interesting square to double attack for something. Computer says that you should ignore that with queen c7. Of course, it's not a threat, and after queen c7, this pawn is protected. But it's very hard to play like that in the real game. So let's look at the reaction. Rook f7, okay. Rook f7, rook h1, improve your piece when you have this opportunity. So right now maybe that's a new ideas here, maybe potentially it's a double rook on the h file, I don't know. Maybe on h2, rook h1, a6. Oh, time to tactic. Computer says, computer is screaming, rook takes c8, and after queen or somebody takes c, I want to understand. So, of course, I understand what will be after queen and check, and this king is overloaded, maybe. But what will be after the rook takes c8? It will be check right now. So, as for this situation, it's a destroying of defender, because this e6 pawn is protected only by the bishop. And the last, now everything is okay. It's a tie break after the very long, hard, difficult day of, of playing chess. So every blunder right here, it's okay, because there were a lot of blunders in the classic games with increment in 30 seconds. So it means that every blunder right here is, in his own place. So, yep, grandmasters doing the blunders too. Bishop d7, trying to development and clear the c7, c8 square for the rook, and first step to the doubling rook. But the bad point for the white, that's the advantage right now, making closer to the 0-0, but it was before the bishop b6. So white has an advantage, has an opportunity with knight h5, if I remember right. Right here, knight h5, and this trade-off gives him a great opportunity with using the h-file. But after the second rook on the h1, it was a trade-off here, and the evaluation is 0.0 in this particular moment. So 1 minute for the both opponents right here. Rook c8 is a development of the last piece. As for queen d2, after that the evaluation is 1 point in black's favor. So queen a5 is a top engine move right here with a pin on this diagonal. So knight is unprotected, and the ideas with knight b1 or knight e4 was better. As for rook c1, computer says after bishop b5 is a very strong idea with discovered the 7th horizontal for the rook, and right now this pin is so hard, so the evaluation is -1.3. So very saturated game, dreams come true really, so that's without question. For example, takes, and white hasn't enough time to put the last rook again in this flank. What about queen b2 going away from the pin? So it will be g3. For what? I don't know. Maybe it's time to... Queen b2 was in the game. So what about g3? Rook c7 is more natural, of course. Knight goes to e2. Takes, and queen c3, computer says. There is a fighting in the queen side, and this rook from the king side, cannot take part in this event. So queen c3 attacking, and the taking here, it's a compulsory move for the white. For example, rook h1 and king and knight and rook. So black has an initiative in this particular moment. After that trade-off, white has to do it, so they hasn't other options. Okay, 5 seconds. Aik Martirosyan has 2 seconds. Whew, knight goes to g3. Very nervous things. It's hard to transform your brain after the classic game because, you know, your brain was ready to play in long game with a lot of calculations, and right now you should make decisions using seconds. So rook took on a2 and rook go away to stay behind the passed pawn and helps her to go straight. The evaluation is minus 1.8 right now, so b6, and everybody is ready to go ahead, but maybe that's a good time to activate this king somehow. On this flank, on this flank somehow. So, knight e4. Yeah, exchange here and rook endgame, but it's very good, you know, rod for the king. So b3, b2, and the pawn endgame is losing for the white because black's king will be quicker. That's not working. Rook goes to a1. It's so late to do it. b3. After the b2. Oh, b2. Yep, I was right. So rook tries to do something. What about b2? King c2. I have a strong feeling that this pawn endgame, yep, it was in the game. It was in the game totally. So b1 queen. And in the end of this variation, it will be a pawn endgame, and that's very unsolvable. These problems are unsolvable because of king, so that's the reason why after b1 king, so b1 queen, sorry, Aik Martirosyan resigned. So Raunak Sathwani has the second point in the table, and Aik Martirosyan has the second 0. So Raunak Sathwani has a perfect luck today because it was 2 games without great advantage with very lot of problems in the opposite. But he wants the 2 of these games, so lucky man. As for the last round for today, the third round will start in 5 minutes, if I remember right. So every organizer of tournaments should give 5 minutes before the rounds to every chess player, you know, to it's a rules, nothing more. So right now it's these games are ready, and this match between Raunak Sathwani and Nestorov Arseny is more interesting for us, maybe because Raunak Sathwani has 2 points after the 2 games, and Arseny Nesterov has 1.5. So the victor in this game means the champion of this Armageddon. As for game between Malakhov Vladimir and Aik Martirosyan, so who wins has a better place. The third one who loses this game will have the fourth place in this tiebreak. So where are only me in the screen? I want a camera from the tournament hall. Return it, please. In any case, we have a 5 minutes between the games. So maybe just chessboard, you know. As for results after the 2 rounds of tie breaks, Raunak Sathwani has 2 points, Arseny Nesterov has 1.5, Malakhov Vladimir has 0.5, and Aik Martirosyan has 2 zeros. So, where our game? Maybe just the board. I want to analyze the game from previous round or something else. So return, give me my board, please. Board. I vote for the board. Of course, I'm brilliant like a camera from the tournament hall. Better than nothing. And where is my board? Chessboard. Right now, in 2 minutes or something like that, the third round of Armageddon will start it. I want to see my chessboard. You know, life without chessboards make me nervous. It's a bad side, like bad side, new word, whatever. So they are ready to first moves. We will look at that very carefully because it's interesting thing. I'm ready, and you? I hope you too. I see 9. Oh, it moves. Okay, are beaten. So, game between Malakhov Vladimir and Aik Martirosyan, knight f3, d5, f3, c5, b3. It's a circular opening, delaying the d4 thing. why this game was finished very quickly? Why was a draw? Ronak Zathwani and Nestor Farseni made a draw in this. I understand nothing totally, because it was a decisive game for the Arseni, but okay, draw means draw. So Ronak Zathwani has 2.5 points from 3 rounds. So maybe it was something personal, psychologically, I don't know. Let's look at this game. So bishop e2, and that's a variation of Zuckerberg opening e6. Typical move right here. So there is no places to the bishop to development, so that's a reason why 46% of masters play e6 here, short castling, and bishop d6. So develop and gaining a space in the center. Right now queen c7, lining up pieces to attack this pawn on the h2. Predictable. So h3 is a logical thing. Short castling. Right now they doing everything that usually doing in the development, in the opening. So yep. As for e5 opportunity, it's not possible right now. Maybe after the next move, because that idea with exchange on d5 to create an isolated pawn to the opponent. So why not? After the e takes d5, it will be maybe knight d2 and knight f3. I don't know, something like that, but it's not now a particular case, because in this game was played knight d5, knight takes c6. Knight takes c6, and white has a great position. Computer says that right now the evaluation is plus 0.8. B takes c6, and what's next? Knight goes to the attack. So right now the c6 pawn is an isolated pawn. So I have a question: why black decided to not put here by the queen? Maybe because of this pin in the center. So a lot of problems in this variation too. So that's the reason why they decided to play with this isolated pawn. Queen goes away from the opened line here. So potentially that's a square for the rook. A5, trying to ruin the pawn chain in the queen side. Okay, so attacking, going away from the knight. The e5 square is ready for the minor pieces, but the evaluation is gets smaller in white's favor. Right now it's a half a pawn in white's favor. So a4, this movement of the pawn is continuing. So bishop f1, going to the back rank for some reason. I don't know for what, but it's a blitz. Sometimes if you don't know what to do, you just do something like prophylaxis or something else. So bishop f1, and right now takes bishop b7. Computer doesn't like this variation because of takes, and what's next? Bishop e5 attacking the queen, and e4 attacking everyone, and continue to attacking, and this discovered attack gives you some material. Interesting idea. b8 was in the game, so yep, it happens. Right now time to play bishop a6, but it's computer move in the game, so easily to play rook takes a4. Yep, bishop a5 is the start of the great attack with the next move of idea e4, I mean. e4, yep, everything from the top engine moves, but it's forced sequence of moves. Maybe it's predictable. Bishop d6, continue to attack, because after that the queen e8 is the only move, and computer recommends to play rook b1 in the end of the variation, attacking this bishop here. Or maybe something else. I'm not sure, but this variation looks promising with some kind of fork after, but it will be exchange, of course. So rook or queen b file, because there is no place to save the what it was, e5. It was e5, creating an outpost for the minor pieces on d6. Very interesting idea too. Exchange here and knight on d6. Knight on d6 is a very promising piece, close to the king side, close to the queen side. This pawn is unguarding right now, so you should save it somehow. Of course, going away it's bad decision because this pawn is hanging too. So queen e7 seems logical. Computer recommends to play queen e7, and as for white, yep, it was in the game. As for white, the evaluation is plus pawn, plus 1 pawn, so without something in white's favor. Queen c5 is interesting. Right now it's a blockade of the pawn, and potentially it's a file for the rook from this side. Okay. h6 is a luft for the king with a huge amount of major pieces in the board. It was predictable. What will be next? Next. Move from rook, because rooks are doing nothing right now, and it's time to find a work for them. Rook d4, it was in the game, if I understand it right. Maybe I'm... yep. So right now I managed to do the multiple things in the same time. So I'm looking at the board, I'm looking at the camera from tournament hall. I'm good. And participants are better. So rook d4, rook a, return to a8, and right now, so maybe a4, a5. What do you do? What do you think about that? No? What do you do? You are playing chess. Good news. So this bishop is protected by the rook, and it's time to move your pawn ahead, because it's an extra passed pawn. Not extra, but passed pawn, that's enough. 30 seconds, 34 seconds in white's clock, 34 seconds in the black's clock, so they have a small number of time. It's very hard game for everyone. They handle it. f5. Computer recommends to play, but it's dangerous to do in the real game. Rook c7 protecting the c6, and a5. Yep, this movement of the pawn is continuing. g6 the next, and computer recommends to sacrifice this bishop because of the idea of pin. For example, if I want to return, it will be check, and rook b8 with a winning piece. Interesting things. a6 was in the game. Yep, it was true. So when we discussed it, it was true. a6 going ahead. Oh, not right now. So much exchanges after the g6. Computer says that it's very big blunder because this end game is closer to the equal. So rook a4, and black create f4, a double attack. White has 12 seconds, black has 14 seconds. Right now, of course, this pawn is dangerous, but the extra material of black will be working, so it's a great blunder. The tournament is very hard for Malakhov Vladimir. This first game with great advantage and lost, and this game with great advantage and blunder something. So it's a different things, you know, blitz and classic, so sometimes it's unfair to solve the great financial things playing blitz. In any case, this game was finished with a victory of Aikmat Tirosyan. So right now, after these 3 rounds of tie break, the results are, if I understand everything right, finally, the first place is taken by the Raunak Sathwani. He has 2 points, 5. The second place for Arsenij Nesterov, he has 2 points. The third place for Aikmat Tirosyan, 1 point. And the fourth place for Malakhov Vladimir, he has 0.5. That's the situation for this moment. And okay, right now you know the results. So, okay, I'm not sure that that's all that we wanted to play, but it looks like so. So, of course, the first place in the tournament is taken by Amin Tabatabai, but as for the second, this match was happen. Thank you for watching. I hope it was even more interesting, you know, blitz, very quick decisions. So, I respect all of participants, they are very strong. So, thank you.